Hello, good morning, namaste, good afternoon, ohayo gozaimasu, and konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, welcome to Konnichiwa Pune 2021. I hope you have enjoyed these 2 days of Konnichiwa Pune, and we are on the last day of Konnichiwa Pune 2021. We are again going to have very interesting sessions for today, simultaneously on stage 1 and stage 2. I will briefly introduce to you our today's agenda. On stage 1, we are going to have a presentation by Mr. Yusuke Yamamoto at 10 a.m. Then it will be followed by lesson learned and cooperation to tackle the future pandemic by Shigeru Toyoda and Mari Nogami Ito. Then we are going to have a session at 11:30, very interesting session, Profoundness of India Discovered Through My Lecture, Tour on India-Japan Collaboration Animation Ramayana. Then it will be followed by a cultural experience, Geisha, at Fukuoka. Then in the afternoon session, we are going to have a author interview, Megha Wadhwa. Then we will forwardly going to have a fire chat with Miss Nupur Tiwari at 4 p.m. Then again going to have interesting fire chat with YouTube channeler, Japanese YouTube channel. And we will have our closing ceremony of the day on stage 1 by Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai. Last but not the least, we are going to have a music show by Hiroko Sara at 6 a.m. This was the agenda for stage 1. I'll briefly introduce the agenda for stage 2. For stage 2 at 10 a.m., we are going to have a Bharatnatyam from Japan at temple, and then going to have a presentation by Padma Shri Dr. Tomio Mizokami on Gandhiji in Hindi language. Then we are going to have a keynote at 11:30 by Mr. Tomonari Kuroda, Japan Foundation. Then we are going to have a presentation by Ms. Yoko Deshmukh, especially on Japanese translation as a career. In afternoon session, there will be a presentation by JF Berlin University. At 4 p.m., we are going to have a Japanese aspirants, especially a session for Japanese aspirants. Step up your career with the Japanese. Then at 4:30, we are going to have Indo Japanese classical music crossover. And last session will be on the Mahabharata, 6 hours spectacle with the best articles from 6 Asian countries. I hope you would like our last day as well. And we will going to start our presentation again by 10 a.m. So please be with us. Thank you. Hello, good morning. Konnichiwa. I welcome you all with our first session for Konnichiwa Pune 2021. Our first keynote presentation will be by Mr. Yusuke Yamamoto, Executive Director of Japan National Tourism Organization. I will request Yusuke Yamamoto-san, please start with your presentation. The stage is yours. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
Thank you so much. Thank you for introduction. Can you hear my voice?
すみませんが、声が聞こえてないです。ごめんなさい。
Can you hear my voice?
私の声届けますか？
Can you hear my voice?
I can hear you, Yamamoto-san, but Dhanashree-san cannot hear you.
Oh, just a moment, please. Yes, can you hear my voice?
聞こえてないです。
But I can hear him.
イベントさん聞こえますか？
Yes, はい。
一旦切って再ログインすればどうですか？
Once I log out and log in, so just a moment.
すみません。聞こえました。
聞こえましたか？聞こえますか？
Yes, I can hear you, Yamamoto-san.
Okay,
はい、大丈夫です。
Okay, so I will start. Thank you for introduction. Thank you so much. I'm Yusuke Yamamoto, Executive Director of JNTO Delhi Office. I work at Delhi from 2019. Okay, so I will start my presentation about the tourism of Japan. So today I will introduce the new trend of the tourism of Japan. And then my colleague Nibeita-san will make a presentation about the general information about the tourism of Japan. So I will share my screen. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so today I will introduce new trend of the tourism after pandemic. So this is today's agenda. I will talk about the 5 topics according to this 5 topics agenda. So first, this is basic information about the direct flight between Japan and India. So before pandemic, most of the flight from Delhi goes to Haneda Airport. And only Air India goes to Narita Airport around Tokyo. And before pandemic, new direct flight from south was planned and started from Bengaluru and Chennai. And flight from Bengaluru to Narita by Japan Airlines is suspended before launched. But they operate these flights as a special flight under air bubble. So actually, under air bubble between Japan and the Indian government, the special flight operated now. And the scheduled flight is still suspended by a restriction by government. And during the pandemic situation, Vistara started direct flight. This is a special flight under air bubble, but they started once started direct flight from Delhi to Haneda. But now this special flight also suspended. And this is trend of the visitor from India to Japan. Left side graph is outbound number from India to overseas. This is total number of outbound visitors from India. So this is including not only tourists, but also the worker or some other purpose. And this trend is very high, almost 10% increase by year. And the right side is the visitor from India to Japan. So outbound number is very steeply increased, but visitor from India to Japan also very steep, extremely increased. This is about 15% per year. But unfortunately, as you know, because of this pandemic situation, number of visitors rapidly decreased. But I believe after pandemic, many Indian people visit overseas destination, and many Indian friends will visit Japan too. So this is the monthly figure of visitors from India to Japan. So this there is a two peak season in India. First one is the school holiday season from March to May, and the second one is the Diwali season. So this is from September to November. So most of the Indian visitors visit Japan in this peak season, especially in school holiday season. It is good for the, observing the sakura, cherry blossom. So it is beautiful season, and the autumn season is very good for enjoy autumn leaves. So later, my colleague Nibeita-san will introduce beautiful pictures and destination information for you. So I like to introduce current situation in Japan. Now, situation of Japan regarding the pandemic, COVID-19 is very good. And daily fresh cases is very low. So for example, in Tokyo, it is almost under 20 person per day in Tokyo. So city size of Tokyo and Delhi is almost same. So you can understand this is a very good situation. And now government of Japan started to lifting the state of emergency. It will finish end of September. So now situation getting better, and the government start lifting the restrictions. And now government of Japan started vaccination passport. So now government of Japan approved Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and Moderna vaccine. So this vaccine is approved by Japanese government. But unfortunately, regarding the this vaccine passport, India is not included. But the government clearly mentioned they are now under negotiation with Indian government. So I believe, I hope it will approved in the near future. And from last week, actually from 8th November, government opened border to business traveler and the student and the workers. And the government now start to trial of the receiving the overseas group tour. This is tourist, but only some countries not included. India is not included, but in some countries from that countries we started to receive group tour. So after this trial session, the government will consider how to receive the traveler. So next is a new trend of travel from India. So left side is annual trend of the domestic passenger in India. So from 2016 to 2019, this domestic passenger increased. And after 2020, because of the pandemic, passenger decreased. And the right side is a month by month figure of domestic passenger. So this red colored space is pandemic in India, first wave and second wave. So after first wave, the domestic passenger increased steadily. And after second wave, domestic passenger increased again. So it means people would like to travel go out for another state for travel. So there is a big demand for travel in India. But most of the country, except some countries, have a restriction to receive the traveler. So many people enjoy domestic travel in this situation. So this is a survey by Thomas Cook and SOTC Holidays. So by this survey, the upside question is, do you want to resume travel? Of course, many people want to resume travel. So right side is June 2021. So almost before half a year. So most of the people want to resume travel. This including domestic and overseas. And below question is when do we want to resume travel? So before half a year, about 70% people would like to resume travel within 6 months. So it passed 6 months. So many people started to go out for travel. And this is the same survey. The first question upside is in where do you want to travel, in India or overseas? So over half of the customers would like to travel overseas. And below one question is with whom do you want to travel? So about 80% people would like to single, couple, family with friends. So it means many people would like to avoid group tour with people not known. So people would like to travel, but a little bit suspicious with a group tour. So new trend is a small group under FIT, free individual traveler. So for your information, this is access ranking to our Facebook account. Actually, we have a Facebook and a website. Name is Visit Japan from India. So later, please check out. So almost every day, we post Facebook content to Facebook account, and this is ranking. Below is 2019. So number 1 and number 3 is content regarding city tour. So first one is a Tokyo tour in Asakusa. Number 3 is a Tokyo tour in Marunouchi. Marunouchi is in front of the Tokyo station. So center of the CBD area in Tokyo. But please see upside. This is 2020. Number 1 is an image movie to please wait this situation, and we will welcome after pandemic to people. And please see number 3 and number 4. This is outdoor. So from this trend, people try to avoid city tour, crowded area, and try to go to more quiet and area with nature and outdoor. And number 2 is art, post about art and pottery. So this is not outside, but can enjoy quietly. So this trend indicates people avoid city and prefer to go to outdoor or nature. So after Konnichiwa Pune, please visit our Facebook, Visit Japan from India. So we post many information in this Facebook account, especially in outdoor and nature. So before pandemic, many Indian people visited Japan, especially Golden Route. Golden Route is Tokyo, Mount Fuji, Kyoto, Osaka, and Hiroshima. This is so-called Golden Route. So this is a major content in Japan. But Japan is not only this golden route, so we try to introduce other destinations in Japan. And this is our campaign in this year. Actually, this is finished, but 43 lakh people enjoyed this promotion movie. We featured Mr. Tashiro. He is a former sumo wrestler, and he visited many places in Japan and surprised with hygiene control and sanitized destination and enjoy Indian cuisine in Japan. So please visit our website or Facebook, Visit Japan from India. So thank you so much. This is the end of my presentation. And Ms. Nibeta Roy-san, follow to introduce other information about Japan.
Thank you,
Very
Yamamoto-san,
much.
for the insights. And then without wasting any time, I will share my screen. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
And
Yes, it's audible, Nivedita.
you can see the screen also.
Yes.
Thank you. So, Japan surprises. And today we will talk about Japan, why you want to go to Japan, how to go to Japan, what you have to see in Japan, and some important information, insider information about Japan, which may save your cost also. First, why Japan? I think here everyone is a Japan lover. So today we have connected through Konnichiwa Pune. So I will just go very fast on this. Why you should go to Japan? To see the unique culture of Japan. As Japan is an island country, it has preserved its culture throughout, and it has amalgamated this culture with the advanced technology they have. Everywhere you will see the advancement of technology in the trains, in the hotels. You can see automatic checkouts, and then you can see a robo. Also in a science museum, you can interact with a robo, but still you will see that human touch everywhere. So Japan has very intelligently maintained the human touch along with the technology. Then we have around 23 World Heritage Site in Japan, and their food, which is called washoku, is also honored as UNESCO Heritage Property Intangible. Then the landscape of Japan, it's the varied landscape of Japan. They have these volcanoes, forests, rivers, and then these whirlpools. So you can enjoy a varied landscape in Japan. Where is Japan? Japan is in the East Asia. All of you know it's called the land of the rising sun, and it contains 4 main islands. One is Hokkaido, then Honshu, Kyushu, and Shikoku. These are the main 4 islands. Some basic facts about Japan. Japan is around 3.5 hours ahead of India. Currency is yen, which is like 1 yen will be around 0.63 INR. They have major holidays during Golden Week and Obon Week. Golden Week comes in May and Obon Week comes in August. So a lot of domestic tourism happens during this time. So the cost of the hotels and restaurants increase during this time. So would request you to avoid travel during this time. Then another big holiday is in New Year and Christmas, but you can visit Japan in New Year and Christmas to enjoy the illumination festival. They decorate their countries with LED lights and Japanese technology, and you can enjoy them free of cost at any parks. You can go to Japan by Japan Airlines, All Nippon Airways, and Air India. They have direct flights. Japan Airlines have direct flights from Delhi, and they are about to start from Bangalore also. ANA flies from Delhi, Mumbai, and Chennai. The flight from Delhi lands at Narita, and the flights from Mumbai and South India lands at, the flight from Delhi lands at Haneda, which is in the city center. And the flight from Mumbai and South India lands at Narita, which is near the Disneyland, Tokyo Disneyland. We call it Tokyo Disneyland, but it is actually in Narita in Chiba Prefecture. And from Narita, it's around 70 minutes limousine drive. And also trains are available. But if you are carrying luggage, it is preferable that you go by limousine bus from Narita to Tokyo city center. From Haneda, the city center is just around 30 minutes, and you can always take train or bus. Japan has 4 distinct seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Spring, all of you know about sakura. Spring is popular for cherry blossom, and you can enjoy cherry blossom anywhere in the country, in the city. I mean, they have these parks and they have planted a lot of cherry trees in these parks to enjoy the seasonal beauty. So you can visit any park, and I will mention some of the places, and you can enjoy these beautiful flowers. You can have picnic under these cherry trees. In the evening, they lit the cherry trees to enhance the beauty. Now, cherry blossom, like you can see, it starts from the southern part of the country and moves to the northern part of the country. So in Okinawa, the southernmost islands of Japan, cherry blossom happens in January. Which it's like around 6th January to 10th January. You can see cherry blossom in Okinawa, and during the same time, you can do whale watching also in Okinawa. So what happens during this January month? The whales give birth to babies, and they come to the warmer sea of Okinawa to nourish their children. So you nourish their kids. So you can see whales during January as well as cherry blossom if you go to Okinawa in January. And then you can, as you can see that as you move upwards, the cherry blossom is later. Like in Hokkaido, you can see it in May. Then the next peak season is autumn foliage, which coincides with our holiday, Diwali holiday season. So all the country will be like red, brown, golden during this autumn foliage. So you can see like the country becomes gorgeous during these times. The maple trees change the color of their leaves. So if you want to enjoy autumn foliage, in Tokyo, you will have to go to like early to late November, like our Diwali time. And then actually cherry blossom is very famous in Kyoto. So you can also enjoy the autumn foliage in Kyoto during this time. So these are some famous spots in Tokyo where you can enjoy autumn foliage, like Yoyogi Park, Ichonamiki. As I was telling you, that they plant these maple trees and cherry trees in the parks so that they can enjoy each season. So during autumn, these parks turn into red or yellow according to the variety of the maple trees, and you can really enjoy this view, this vibrant, beautiful colors. And in Japan, the themes change according to the season. So if you go during cherry blossom, you will see everything pink. The gift wrappers are pink. The gift items, the food, the pasta will be cherry blossom shaped. And if you go during this autumn foliage time, everything will be golden or red or yellow. So they try to they try to like match all the colors of the things with the season to make it more beautiful. And in Kyoto, you can enjoy in Kiyomizu-dera, which is a must-visit spot on the Golden Route. So at the same time, you can see the temple as well as you can enjoy the autumn foliage. So Japan is a country where you can visit like throughout the year you have activities. Throughout the year in January you can enjoy snow activity like skiing, snowboarding does not need any skill, anyone can enjoy that. You can like ride a gondola and you can see the beautiful scenery and snow below. uh, and snow can be enjoyed in the northern part of Japan, mostly in Hokkaido. So you can enjoy it over there. Even like celebrities go to Hokkaido during winters from India. Like Amir Khan once went to Hokkaido to enjoy skiing, and also people from Europe and Australia come to Japan to do skiing. We go to their country and they come to Japan to enjoy. So definitely you can go to Japan for skiing, and if you are a novice, they will also teach you how to do it. So you can take a session of around 1 hour and then try your hands on skiing. In February, we have the snow festival in Hokkaido. March and April, you can enjoy the cherry blossom. In May, you can enjoy definitely the alpine route. Also, you can enjoy these flowers, the wisteria flowers in Ashikaga Flower Park, which is around 1 hour from Tokyo. And you can enjoy an excursion over here also. You can have your meals over here. We have a lot of restaurants over here. They can serve you vegetarian food also if you let them know some days ahead of your travel. In June, you can enjoy the hydrangea flowers. June is like monsoon over there. In July, you can enjoy these lavender fields. July is summer. And but again, if you go to Hokkaido, the northern part of Japan, there temperature is very soothing during July. In the summer, it will be around 15 degree to 20 degrees centigrade. So you can enjoy over there. In August, you can enjoy the fireworks festival. So it is free of cost, and you can see these beautiful fireworks, which are particularly perfectly round and made with Japanese technology. So you can take a cruise along the Sumida River and you can enjoy this fireworks festival. The cruise will cost you some money, but and this will not, if you just stand along the river and see the fireworks, it will cost you nothing. September, we have a number of festivals. In October and November, you can again enjoy the autumn foliage. In December, you can enjoy the illumination festival, as I told you. Uh, Definitely, we have this UNESCO World Heritage Washoku in Japan. Apart from that, we have around 2,100 Indian restaurants in Japan, and some of them serve pure vegetarian food also. Nightlife can be enjoyed in Japan. You can go to Roppongi to enjoy nightlife. There are a lot of pubs, cocktail bars, whiskey bars, and dance clubs. Also, a lot of foreigners come to Roppongi and like dance their night away. Then they have this izakaya culture where you can sit in a Japanese restaurant in a Japanese style, and you can order snacks and have drinks with the locals. You can see how they pass their time, how they enjoy their evening time in izakaya. We have unique hotels in Japan, like Capsule Hotel, as you can see on the left-hand side, the big picture. It's very economic, but you get these small capsules to sleep inside, and the washroom and luggage storerooms are common, but you get a locker where you can like secure your luggages. And this is like very comfortable, but very cheap. And like for one night, sometimes like it happens, if someone is like really drunk and they have missed the last train, then they can like come and sleep over here. Very safe also. Then we have ryokan on the right hand side, topmost picture. This is Japanese style inn. This is really luxurious, and this is the way how a Japanese live, how a Japanese stay in their own house. So you can enjoy this. You can enjoy this for a night to see, to experience how a Japanese lives their lives. And there will be an onsen in this ryokan. Also nowadays, private onsens are available. Your breakfast and dinner will also be included. Then we have this dinosaur hotel also, where these are all robots and they will check you in automatically. Adventure in Japan is very safe. You can really try skiing. I have already talked about this. The second picture is Suzuka Circuit. This is in Osaka. And this is near Osaka, around 1.5 hours from Osaka, and you can really, like, they have a perfect 8-shaped racing track, and you can drive the carts over here. Then you can do snorkeling, diving in. You can really swim with a whale in Okinawa, in Blue Cave. So you can experience that, and it will be very safe. You will be inside a net and the well will be outside, but it is really a good experience, lifetime experience for you. Hiking, definitely you can do in Mount Fuji. Then we have river rafting near Kyoto in Hozugawa River. So you can enjoy all of it. Japan is perfect for a family holiday. As all of you know, we have Universal Studio, we have Tokyo Disneyland, and Tokyo Disney Sea is one of its kind in the whole world. So your kids can always have a memorable time in the Tokyo Disney Sea. Fashion in Japan is definitely like remarkable. As you know, big celebrities shop from Japan, like Lady Gaga does her shopping from Japan. We have Uniqlo. We have Uniqlo in India also nowadays. We have GQ, but the Uniqlo in Japan is cheaper than the Uniqlo in India. So this is Golden Route, which was explained by Yamamoto-san. So you start from Tokyo, then you go to Mount Fuji for a day trip, and then you can stay in Hakone, or you can you can come back to Tokyo, then go to Kyoto, from there to Osaka, and then from Osaka you can go to Hiroshima. So this is the night view of Tokyo with Tokyo Tower. You can go to Asakusa, which Yamamoto-san showed you in a picture. And here you can enjoy the oldest Buddhist temple of Tokyo. Along with that, you can enjoy sushi making. I mean, you can learn how to make a sushi from here. And you can learn vegetarian sushi making. You can see Tokyo Skytree. You can enjoy kimono wearing. Nightlife, I already explained. Shopping, I already explained. You can go to Akihabara for gadget shopping, and then from there you can go to Ginza for luxury shopping. You can do a sumo stable stay near Asakusa temple also. It will cost you around 20,000 Japanese yen. Sumida River Cruise, I have explained. Disneyland, already explained. Now, Mount Fuji, you can go to the 5th station of Mount Fuji by bus. And as I told you, it can be a day trip, or you can go and stay in Hakone, which is around 1.5 hours from Mount Fuji, famous for its onsens. Onsens are hot springs, natural hot springs. You can take the cruise in this pirate ship in Lake Ashi in Hakone. Generally in onsen, you cannot wear clothes, but this is Unesan Spa, where they allow the people to wear swimsuits inside the bathing baths.
I'm extremely sorry to interrupt you, Nivedita-san, but we are out of our time. And
okay.
Yeah, we have to start with our another session. So
Okay.
I would like to thank Mr. Yosuke Yamamoto-san for very useful information, how to travel Japan, what are the conditions, what are the, detailing for post-pandemic while traveling to Japan. And thanks a lot for Nivedita-san. You are taking us to Japan virtually, and it was really enjoyable. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So following with our next session, I'd like to introduce the topic, Lesson Learned and Cooperation to Tackle Future Pandemics. Our speakers are Mr. Shigeru Toyoda. He's an international cooperation advisor with Kanazawa University in Kanazawa, Ishikawa-ken. He is a pharmaceutical industry veteran and has 34 years of experience working in Takeda Pharmaceuticals in their various overseas offices in senior management position. He was also a director of Takeda Science Foundation in Juso and international cooperation advisor of Kansai Pharmaceutical Industries Association. He has a dual master degree, one in pharmaceutical and another on business administration. I welcome you, Mr. Toyoda-san, on board. And we have another speaker is Miss Mari Nogami Ito is a veteran researcher with 40 years of research experience in the field of exomes, molecular biology, system biology, biomedical innovation, health, and nutrition in Osaka. She is also an honorary lecturer at Imperial College London. She is also serving lecturer coordinator, Center of Computational Life Science, Kobe University, and External Evaluation Committee, Initiative Female Researcher Active Support Program, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, etc. Over to you.
Okay, this is Shige Toyoda speaking. Can you hear me? And I'll share my presentation.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you
And
see?
I can see your screen as well. Yes.
Yes. So thank you for inviting Konnichiwa Pune panel session and stay to in Japanese time 2 to 3 o'clock. Anyway, my theme is lesson learned and cooperation to tackle future pandemics. And this is a panel, so I will make a presentation 35 minutes. Decision making in Pfizer and verification from live data of new corona vaccine, evaluation criteria for efficacy and safety, raw data that should be unknown in inoculation. And then as MCA introduced, Dr. Mari Ito, 10 minutes to avoid infection, medical treatment, and therapeutic target against COVID-19 and future AI and other cooperation in India. And then we'd like to discuss some 10 minutes discussion. Okay? Okay, may I speak to my presentation? Anyway, my name is Shigeru Toyoda, not Toyota car. But I have 34 years Takeda Pharmaceutical Company, that is the largest pharmaceutical company in Japan. And I also lived in Taiwan 3 years and Tianjin, China 2 years for the Japanese Takeda's activity. So this is my personal history. I retired when I was 60 years old, and actually I was born in 1949, October 2nd. I was born in Osaka, and I graduated Thunderbird School Phoenix in the United States, and then fully I retired in 2019, and I'm just international cooperation advisor at Kanazawa University in Kanazawa. So, what I would like to say, do you know if some Indian people are here seeing my presentation? This is in front of New Delhi station. So, as shown in 5-night stay cottage, yes please, 900 rupees per loading, and it was some chaos and mess, but it's energy of India, I believe. So when I was 60 years old, retired backpacker of 11 cities in India. I visited 11 cities backpacker, and only past 2-3 days attendance of conference, life science conclave. It is some my previous pharmaceutical experience, but it was at New Delhi Hotel Taj Mahal. So this is about 300 attendees, including FDA country directors, because FDA sent 7 representatives in India. I was so astonished and appreciate FDA's such an action, because almost 50% of American generic is made in India. So FDA is necessary to keep their inspection constantly. So, this is me. Sleeping train, large journey to New Delhi, 2009, September 23rd. So according to my 31 days experience, India was an incredible country. And at that time, 1.16 billion people in India, and 6% increase GDP, and everybody speak English. And according to some, statistic, in 2035, the GDP of India will over the United States. And India has a nuclear weapon. And Prime Minister Modi political power wins by the election of May 2019, and will change with stability for 5 years in the future. Political stability is also quite important for the economic countries. India was and be an incredible country. It's my impression. That is something, my introduction. So why not collaborating with Indian power? So today's session is I'm going to talk about the corona vaccine. So I would like, according to my experience in Takeda Pharmaceutical Company, I was always communicated with the FDA. So I search real raw data that should be known by inoculation. So my content is as follows. My totally private opinion about a world crisis of COVID-19, and Pfizer's a big decision. I mean, he's an excellent guy in last year. He is a great guy, 2020. US and China, US and India are deaths and infected people, and the monthly change of the number of people. And why is a vaccine now? And not yet finalized COVID-19. And the efficacy and safety data of Pfizer vaccines. From my point of view, I surveyed the FDA homepage and get real raw data to see. And risk of advantage of vaccination, efficacy and safety of AstraZeneca. As you know, in India, almost 30% is AstraZeneca's vaccine. You are in vaccination. Efficacy and safety, and Moderna is the second Pfizer's vaccine, and summary. So what I would like to say, this context. So see, it's a historical fact incomparable to the World War III. World War III. Why? Why? The World War II in Japan lose World War II, and 3.1 million people died in Japan. And please note, 260,000 in the United States died. And there are 200,000 in South Korea and 30,000 in Taiwan. But you see right now, the world death toll in Corona was 4.12 million, and in the United States is 770,000, surpassing Vietnam and World War II death. So, but according to the published data, China is only 4,632 death. So, what I would like to say that is, it's almost World War III. The death toll, and moreover, some political balance. So it is the battle between totalitarian nations such as China, North Korea, and domestic nations such as the United States, as European Union countries. So the key weapon of previous war was submarine. But the key weapon of this World War III is vaccine. Vaccine is what the country has. How to approve this vaccine, how to produce this vaccine is in order to win the World War III. It is my personal opinion. But I really point out one important thing. This is a guy, you see, this guy. This guy is Turkish guy, Alberto Bura. He is a Pfizer CEO. Please note, at the Pfizer's meeting in March 2020 March is just spreading the coronavirus from China to world. Dr. Brewer said at the board meeting, don't worry about the money. Let's develop multiple vaccines, several vaccines, messenger RNA vaccine and other mechanism vaccine together at the same time, and consider establishing a production system. Production system is also important in order to conduct the clinical trial phase 3 before getting approval. If it fails to be put into the practical use, he said, but that's all I have to worry about. I am just losing billions of dollars. There is a huge investment in the production system. Invested this time, Dr. Bura, $2 billion in a venture company to get the messenger RNA patent and over $1 million for clinical trials. In order to conduct a clinical trial, according to the FDA guideline, it is necessary to make a precise production rate and same quality. So in Japan, there are so many public opinion program, NHK, that is the Pfizer, Moderna, and the efficacy rate is 59 or 66, but they do not see real figures, real raw data. So I want to show that one. And moreover, the case of the fatality rate is 2.1. The usual seasonal influenza kills 1 in 2,000 means 0.05 fatality rate. So it's not the influenza. It's a corona vaccine the higher fatality rate. And Japan is 1.3, India is 1.2 same. But in Mexico or China is very high. Because the mother population is different. And see, United States, the people infected per 100,000 is the number one in the world, is United States. So I checked November 17th, just 3 days ago. From March 6th, only March to right now, 8 months of died people has increased 94%. The deaths of toll has risen from 2.63 million to 5.12 million as of the November 17th, with the case of fatality rate is 2.1. You see these figures, 5.21 million people died due to the coronavirus. So, in my opinion, not yet finalized COVID-19. We are still the World War III. We need finish to finalize World War III. So, death of the November, India is 465,000. That's the number one in the world. But according to the World Development Center announced, India death number is 10 times more than the government announced. So it means 4.64 to 4.9 million deaths in India. Means almost same death number in the world. So deaths by November 17th, Japan is 18,338. So vaccination per population is still 28.3 in India, November 19th. So inoculation times unit is of course 1.1 billion in India, but 2 times in inoculation per population still 28. In Japan is already 76.3. So therefore, Japanese infected people is now decreasing. But I think India also much more accelerates vaccination. So maximum number of the infected people is 47.5 million in the United States, and 770,000 people died, this number. And 50 countries have more than 10,000 people died. So please note the infected people number 2 in the world is India. And this rate in the world, of course, United States, the second is India. But according to the US Development Center's figures, India is more than this figure. So Spanish influenza happened in 1980, pandemic, made it difficult to continue World War I. World War I stopped because the troops in a submarine or warship, if the Spanish pandemic happened, they cannot continue to do a war. So the total 3 waves killed about 50 million people in the world. That is a catastrophic pandemic until right now for the human being. So currently, mutants strains are not called by country. So beta, alpha, gamma, delta, but it continues to change every amino acid, every infections. So, but see, in what I would like to say in Japan, the compared to the US, UK, German, France, Italy, the delta is different. The number of deaths will be the similar graph. The number of infected people per 100,000 population by country is from top to bottom is the United States, Brazil, Italy. But Japan is quite low. This is Japan, and Japan has some waves, but infected people is 1/10 in the European or US. Now, I want to show you the Pfizer. That is the best vaccine in the world, and moreover, 70% of the Japanese people was inoculated by Pfizer vaccines. And it is, of course, the age 12 years old or older, but now the new data is accepted less than 12. And but our problem is because of the messenger RNA, the drug transferred minus 19 or 60 degrees. So because of the refrigerated storage is not so easy one. So Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca vaccine mechanism differences. Pfizer, Moderna is quite same because of the messenger RNA coated by lipid microstructure. But AstraZeneca's one carried adenovirus. So that is the difference. And And later I will show the this is the Pfizer Moderna vaccines interval and efficacy rate is different because of the phase 3 clinical trials. Okay. This is the topic is lesson learned. Lesson learned, all Japanese or me, in my point of view, only the FDA or EMA accepted, approved the AstraZeneca vaccine can announce a protocol and clinical phase 3 study plan, which FDA will review for the approval, guidance and criteria of new vaccine. So I personally to survey the FDA homepage and see their criteria. They show before to conduct the Pfizer, they show what kind of efficacy data if the Pfizer shows the FDA approved. It is very clear. But Japanese FDA cannot do that. And other FDA also cannot do that. For example, China FDA or others, because the level of the FDA is a #1 and sophisticated government organization of ethical drug, food, and instrument in the world. So I'm experienced to fight and attack the FDA almost 5 years to get approval of the Takeda Pharmaceuticals anti-acid drugs. So FDA always very clear, but they show the highest guidance and guidelines. So overseas clinical trials, the Pfizer's one, you see 6 overseas, US, Germany, Turkey, Brazil, Argentina, South Africa. You can imagine the total number is 40,000 patients and very clear protocol and clear primary endpoint after the certain period of time. This is phase 3 clinical trial, infected clinical trial, means placebo 20,000 and vaccination 20,000 and compare. So that kind of primary endpoint is very clear. FDA shows 1 or more suspected symptoms such as fever, cough, and shortness of breath, and to test the positive nucleic acid application test such as PCR. So not only PCR, but also the symptoms and PCR plus. Then this is infected. This is very important to make what is infected patient compared to placebo and vaccinated person. So without these clear criteria, we cannot conduct the clinical trials. So the total follow-up period, it's also something complicated. 1,000 man per year means how many 0.5 years, 0.3 years, and how many persons they are compared to the vaccinated one and placebo. The number of the patient, number of the people, and then the vaccinated 80,000 people, only 8 got the corona infection, but the placebo 162. So this suppression rate is 95%. So this kind of data the Pfizer gathered within 6 countries and submit to the FDA. So this is quite $1 billion investment and a very hard job to do so, only some special period of time. But in Japan, this is only additional trial. Japan government get FDA Pfizer's data and see how is Japanese people's control double blind study by using placebo. Only 160 healthy Japanese adults. And then the 50% of the neutralizing antibody titer in serum. And in Japan, according to Japanese FDA guidelines, they could not show the infected clinical trial guidelines. They do not have. Only they show only small amount of numbers of the healthy volunteers how the neutralizing antibody titer in serum, and then they accepted this Pfizer drug. So almost US Pfizer's Andorra decision and Andorra's big investment, Japan just next to FDA's approval, we also approve. So it is clear in English shown, including serum neutralizing antibody titers are being observed to the same extent in overseas clinical trials and involving multiple country, race, and ethnic groups based on what was shown. It is thought that the effectiveness of the vaccine can be expected in Japanese as well. So only small number of the, piggyback clinical trial Japan approved. So I think it's a pity the Japanese FDA has no power, no protocol, no guideline to approve the vaccines in Japan. That is the reason why Japan cannot start a new clinical trial. So this is the Japan trial, the neutralizing antibody titer in Japan trial. So vaccinated 160 plus only 40. So as you can imagine, Pfizer's clinical trial, 80,000 placebos. They just saline to injected and compared to the active vaccines. So such a big clinical trial, Japan cannot do. And this is a Pfizer's almost 40,000 patient and adverse event. It's clear pain is compared to the placebo, 77% pain, and feeling tired is 55%. So after the vaccination, you can see this result. So, and why we can make a vaccine? Of course, in Japan, some of the people died due to the vaccination. But what I would like to say right now is, what is the risk? In Japan, 9.6 out of 1 million people died from vaccination. But this is high or low? Of course, 1 in million people have died from the flu vaccine too. So the risk of infections, 1 million infected, 160 deaths per person. So it means compared to 9.6, 106. So in my point of view, or it is necessary to vaccination for many people. So this is a lecture of former principal of the Japan Coast Guard School, Miyake Aviation Branch. Safety is an acceptable danger. So it means vaccination is safe. Once aircraft take off, it has no choice but to land or crash. Probability of aircraft crash is 0.0009. You can see, as I told you, 1,009,600 people died due to the vaccination, but 10 accidents per million flight in the world. Do you fly? Do you use the aircraft? Anyway, this is the same thing. Safety is acceptable danger. So AstraZeneca's efficacy rate is a little bit different from Pfizer because due to the clinical trial difference, and included 70,178 participants. The number is different, and the criteria also different. 143 days, and from the second inoculation to the 83 days, they see the primary endpoint, infected or not. So the efficacy rate is different, 66.7. And the clinical trial of AstraZeneca different. UK, Brazil, South Africa, and so on. And one phase 1-2 or 1/2 they conducted and in several countries. So this is something, the criteria difference between US FDA and EMA. So Moderna is quite almost same criteria of the primary endpoint, but a little bit different, and 100% carried out overseas in all US, not 6 countries, US. Moderna is the second US developed one. And total number is 30,000 subjects. So this is what I would like to say is almost same as after Pfizer's vaccine. So, but clinical trial of Moderna is same. Only 200 healthy volunteers, and also see the is believed that the effectiveness of the vaccine can be expected. Expected means in Japan, Japanese government do not show the guideline of infected clinical trial. Only just piggyback clinical trial, small number, 300. In Japan, it is not so easy to conduct the real clinical phase 3 trial because of the placebo injection is some religious reason or ethical reason. It's not so easy to do. So, summary. This is the lesson learned from the COVID-19. But in my point of view, still we are fighting to the coronavirus because are not yet finalized in India too. The difference between Japan and the United States, where there is no military emergency in Japan. In other words, influential vaccine manufacturers such as United States, Britain, Germany, France, China, and Russia are owned by the military. The vaccine change to prepare to infectious disease when dispatching overseas troops, navies, and have become important strategic supply for war. So Russia developed Sputnik. It's a Russian military. Japan has only 4 influenza vaccine manufacturers. Takeda withdrew 20 years ago. And Japan do not have a solid guideline for vaccine clinical trial like FDA and EMA. There was no basis in Japan to administer half of placebo, as I told you, and see the infectious rate. In fact, that it has been approved in such a study of about 200 Japanese followers of Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca groups. And moreover, GCP, good clinical practice, and good manufacturing practice. Good manufacturing practice required by manufacturers and others. You see, which was the basis of new drug approval, also piggyback of the US FDA. So Pfizer, Moderna vaccines approved in Japan, but the Japanese government can have power to see GMP in Pfizer's manufacturing facility. So because the FDA approved, okay, we approve. So meanwhile, Mr. Yoshihide Suga, Japanese former prime minister, met Pfizer's CEO, Andorra in the United States in April 2021 and imported Western vaccine, Moderna Pfizer vaccine, for the Japanese population because the current administration had the goal of Olympic at that time. So I think it can well. So former Prime Minister Suga did a very good job, and we, Japan, invited Andorra for Olympic game. And it was not announced, but this was the lesson what I learned. And we have the FDA's power on the FDA's approval guidelines in Japan, get the Pfizer vaccine. So, message of Konnichiwa Pune is, please understand what I would like to say of the Pfizer vaccine, Moderna vaccine, AstraZeneca vaccine. Still, India is fighting. Not yet, only 28% was vaccinated in India. In order to finalize, maybe more than 50%. And then please understand, understanding the best immune strategy. So please send a material request to share to the email or English, then I will send my materials. Okay, thank you very much. This is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Toyoda-san. It was very informative with the detailed statistics. I would now like to request Ms. Mari, please start with the presentation. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
Yes, よろしくお願いします。こんにちは。
Konnichiwa.
I am Marito. So let me share my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you very much for giving me such a great, wonderful opportunity to talk in front of you in Konnichiwa Pune. And following the presentation by Senior Toyoda, actually he is my senior in Osaka University, and he's, actually excellent, the talk based on the very, precise data and the fact. And actually he pointed out, clearly that what Japanese government, need to learn anyway. And so I would like to touch upon the clinical problem of COVID-19 and future, countermeasures. So, okay, the first, in addition to the profile, you introduced already, let me, introduce a little bit, more about my research interest. Now, what I have been aiming for in my long research life. So this is, so you can see, this is a metabolic map, a map showing how, substance change in our body. And it's like a route map showing the destination of a substance. And looking at this, I thought that people might get sick when this map was wrong. I mean, this map is going too wrong. So since then, I have been looking for answers to the questions of where the illness come from based on this map. Okay, and actually nowadays, recently the science is really advancing, and I am doing research with the help of artificial intelligence now. Okay, so now let's return to the COVID-19 topic. And actually over 200 of millions of people, have been affected And unfortunately, millions of people have died around the world. So many lives have been lost in India and Japan as well, as Senior Toyoda introduced in his lecture also. And the various symptoms caused by COVID-19. Now, you can see in this picture, and especially in the right-hand side, the severe disease symptoms in the severe cases, the thrombosis, and systemic immunity, pulmonary fibrosis, and multiple organ failure due to inflammatory. And so, furthermore, actually, the fibrotic, the fibrotic lung is really, severe, problem that called after effect, like long COVID also. So this is how, become a big problem. So of course, the important thing is not to take it. To this end, that each of us needs to be careful not to take it. And in addition, our body has the force of immunity. It is important to keep our immunity in a good phase, and we need to keep the power of immunity. So as shown here, the immune function is influenced by your lifestyle. For example, on the right, the unhealthy bad eating habits, or the disturbed sleep, lack of exercise. Actually, I have been doing telework since April of last year, so 1 year and a half already, and I actually am the lack of exercise anyway, and also stress, and so they cause a kind of bad influence to the immune system. And here, but the good diet, you can see the many vitamins. Actually, it's taking the balancing, with vitamin and also oil or this metal. And these, things are keeping your immune system good. And I like to add also mushrooms and probiotics. And so keep your, immune function good. It's very, actually important. Okay, so finally, let's think about the ways to counter the upcoming pandemic, including COVID-19. Again, the first, the prevent infection is very important. And also the vaccination is also very important. And next, the hospital, acceptance, right here, the B. And, actually, we need to enhancement of the medical system. There are people who have lost their lives without being accepted by the hospital. Never let that happen. It is to improve the hospital reception system. Okay, and the third C, the medication. Actually drug development. It's good that new oral medicines, are approved and, developed also. So this is very good news. And now, so research on drugs using AI is becoming more, active. So this slide shows the course after infection with SARS-CoV-2, and it is necessary to develop a treatment method or drugs drug discovery are definitely needed for all these points, especially the lung fibrosis that I mentioned before. So this is the cause of the long COVID. And actually, this, fibrosis remains over a year after the recovery of the, acute phase of the COVID-19. And so this is very important to focus on these 4, drug target point. And now I am doing anyway, actually, so to try to develop the drugs for these, 4 point also. And I'm collaborating with many Indians I have been, and especially a lot of work related to AI and COVID-19 fibrosis with Professor Chandra Ahmad in Jawaharlal Nehru University and Dr. Rakesh Tripathi in Tsukuba in Japan, and also many members of Accelera company in AI development. And we actually published together so many papers about the fibrosis and also in artificial intelligence analysis. Okay, so finally, this is the last slide of mine. So in this way, I believe that joint research will connect India and Japan to tackle many medical problems, including COVID-19. So thank you for your attention. So in my short talk, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marisa.
Thank you.
It was really informative and useful information
Thank you very
that
much.
gave us for challenges for future pandemic situations and how to improve it. How can we improve in ourselves? It was really useful. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
To Miss 豊田さん、何か
いえ
追加のコメントとかありますか？
なんか、誰か、それとも、サントさんから、僕と伊藤さんのプレゼンについてでも質問もらった方がいいかなと思いますけど。はい。
はい。わかりました。I'll just check our YouTube channel if there are any comments or any questions for you, and I'll get back to you.
Okay. 伊藤さん、このインドの人、the Indian researchers, you find in some internet or just to direct to connect to Ito-san's group of AI workshops?
Yeah, actually they, came to Japan to collaborate with our, research field, the bioinformatics and AI, and as a postdoc at that time. And then they, actually Dr. Chandra, Professor Chandra, came back to India and developed his, research field in India. And so the very, the first point, so they actually sent a proposal for the collaboration with us. So actually, that is very good opportunities for me to take this, chance to collaborate with India, researchers, because they really expertise in terms of the, calculation using AI and developing AI and also statistics or any, a kind of, technique and also very big knowledge, about this, technology.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we have our Vice President of IJBC who would like to ask some questions to you.
Sure.
Hello.
Please.
First of all, thank you very much to both Toyoda-san and Ito-san. It was really nice to know so many interesting facts, both from statistical side and also from the immune response point of view. I have one question, and that both of you can choose who wants to answer this. But all your discussion and everything we have seen, if you see the vaccine response from the India side, and India have a large population, and you can get a lot of statistics out of what is happening, what are the effects, how the immune system is responding, and all that. For both Covaxin and Covishield, those are the two vaccines that India produces. Covishield definitely with AstraZeneca technologies from AstraZeneca, and we are producing it here. And also Bharat Biotech is producing this Covaxin. So any comments on these two vaccines and how India has responded? Do you want to make any comments on this?
So maybe Toyoda-san.
Okay, I checked India's vaccine is mainly AstraZeneca's licensing technologies and made in India, and but the another one is Korean vaccine, right?
No, that is indigenous. That is from Bharat Biotech. The technology is developed in
BioNTech.
Technology BioNTech, Covaxin,
yes.
Covaxin is developed in India.
Yes.
So that is anyway. Why India do not import or use Moderna or Pfizer's vaccine?
I mean, I have my own opinion, but I think we already have we have a definitely large population with us, and every country will prefer if we can develop our own technology and be technology sufficient. That's definitely one of the aims. And with our national motto, if you see, we want to become self-reliable. So that might be the reason that we are believing in our own technologies, and definitely AstraZeneca technology. And that's giving us a good result. Currently, if you see the numbers, and after almost majority part of the population is now already vaccinated, at least one vaccine, almost everyone has got, more than 80% is now vaccinated. And we can see that it's resulting well. We do not see another surge yet. There might be one, nobody knows, but at least we don't see one yet. So I believe that's basically the reason that if we ourselves have a good technology, why we should import? Because import will have a lot of implications, including financials. So that looks like the rationale, at least from my side.
In Japan, the Pfizer vaccine is all Moderna vaccine is all.
The Toyoda-san's Wi-Fi is no good now. Oops.
Extremely sorry, Toyoda-san, but we are not able to hear you.
So maybe the Wi-Fi is not so good, but I think I guess what he wanted to say is that actually in Japan, the Pfizer, both Pfizer and Moderna, that also imported, and so imported, and so it is
Covaxin and Covishield.
Right. Imported, and so as you said, that really important to produce in your own country is actually very important thing, because the next pandemic and the next pandemic we have to prepare anyway. So and the vaccination is all the people needs all over the world, and so I actually Japanese,
Internet
people
program,
are really,
stop.
afraid.
I
Okay,
stopped
Toyoda-san, come back.
Video. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. So Toyoda-san, I really, I actually guessed. So what you, wanted to say about the vaccine, vaccination. And so the Pfizer and Moderna is, in Japan, the all, imported. And so actually very important to produce our, own country and, actually provide ourselves is very, very important. Yeah. And also the, a question is that, does that, kind of a vaccine, is it AstraZeneca's one, also, produce the certain, efficacy to the Indian people or, the different, actually genetic background, or the nations. And so eventually the, clinical test that, actually tells that kind of, the efficacy in all over the world. The point is also against the mutated one. And so that we need to collect more, information to the new vaccine, material, the efficacy against the, mutated virus. And so I think in India that also the, I hope the vaccination, population is really increase. Is that right, Toyoda-san?
So thank you very much, Toyoda-san and Ito-san.
Sorry, this is Toyoda. Something internet problems. Some discussion was interrupted. Anyway, please go ahead now. I stopped the video.
Thank you very much for all your opinion, and it's really nice listening to you. And I believe that there are a lot of things we can definitely do, both the countries, as far as the vaccine manufacturing on the immune system response is concerned. With the large amount of population we have and the large amount of data that we are generating, those will definitely be helpful for the whole research fraternity in future, for more vaccine development or other healthcare, solving other healthcare issues across the globe. So once again, thank you very much, and looking forward to interact with you in future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining with us.
Thank you. Okay.
Now, not taking with much time, I would like to introduce our next fascinating and exciting session. The name is Profoundness of India, discovered through my lecture tour on Indo Japan collaboration animation Ramayana. The session is the conversation session with Megumo Ishiguro, and the conversation is taken by Tomo Kawane-san. I would like to introduce Tomo Kawane-san first, and I'll hand it over to you to introduction for Megumo Ishiguro-san. So Tomo Kawane-san advises government and corporate entities interested in conducting business or setting up industries in India and Japan. From May 2021, she is a member of Management Committee of Asia Eurasia Research Institute, Tokyo. She has lived in India for last 28 years. She graduated from Suda College, Suda University of Tokyo, with her thesis on Gandhian philosophy. She got selected an ICTR scholar at MA in International Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, 1992 and 93. Post-Gujarat earthquake of 2001, she assisted JICA in Gujarat in coordinating Japan Disaster Relief, JDR, team sent by Government of Japan. Consulate General of Japan at Mumbai invited her as their first external consultant to expand their funding program for grassroots organization in Western India. Proficient in Hindi, Gujarati, English, French, and German, and has studied Urdu, Punjabi, Bengali. Her contribution, Japanese language in India, a reflection, has been published in English and other international languages. People's Linguistic Survey of India, PLSI, Volume 37, Oriented Black Swan, 2018. Over to you, Tomo Kawane-san. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu.
よろしくお願いします。
はい。よろしくお願いします。じゃあちょっと最初に英語で言わせていただきます。Thank you for joining with us today.
Sorry to interrupt, Kawane-san. I am listening to voices of yours. So I guess you are sitting in the one room. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, I shift to another room.
Extremely sorry.
No, it's okay. How about now? Is it better?
Yeah, it's completely fine.
Okay, fine. So today I'd like to introduce Mr. Megumu Ishiguro from Japan. And he has an ample experience as an animator to work in Japanese animation, not just in Japan, but in various countries. So I would like to introduce him and just listen to him, please. Okay. じゃあ、石黒さんのちょっと待ってください。Can you just unmute him? Yeah, thank you.
大丈夫よ。はい。どこ
just second. I'm just adjusting his video. 大丈夫ですか？映りました。ちょっと待ってね。ちょっと私もオンにします。すいません。
向こうのでちゃんと映ってる。
そういうことない。大丈夫です。ちゃんと映っております。じゃあ今日はよろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
で、それでですね、インドでラーマヤナのアニメーションのお話をされたっていうことで、いろいろインドの皆さんもお話を伺いたいかなって思ってるんですが、まずどうしてアニメーターになったんですかっていうところを一番、はい。
いや、たまたまアニメスタジオが家の近くにあったもんですから、非常に安易な動機で入りました。
ちょっと待って、画面が止まって、大丈夫。
はい。聞こえてたもんか。
大丈夫です。So initially, he started doing animation because the animation company was just nearby his home.
ご近所。
近所だったんですね。
そうなんですよ。
でももう何年になりますか
？15年ぐらい前かな。半世紀以上経ちますね。
So it's already more than 50 years, around 55 years.
日本のアニメーションがね、テレビアニメーションが始まった、4作目ぐらいからアニメーション書いてますね。日本のアニメーションのともにやってきたって感じですね。
So he said that his life has actually evolved along with the animation world in Japan. So he's being engaged with Japanese animation of the fourth most popular works onwards. 第4作目ぐらいからっていうことで、大体どういう作品が一番記憶に残ってらっしゃいますか？
一番最初、黄金バットですよ。
黄金バットってみんな知ってるかしら？
知らない。
知らない世代もいますね。はい、
千葉哲也さんのハリスの風なんていうのもやってましたね。
ハリスの風 of 千葉哲也 also, and 黄金バット。
やるのは、源の鬼太郎の最初の白黒のやつとかやってましたよね。
So, ゲゲゲの鬼太郎 in black and white also he worked for? なるほど。で、それでインドに関わるまでに、なんかこう、日本のアニメの中で、自分でこう、経験して、一番こう、楽しかったことって何ですか？
そうですね、アニメーションやってるのは、結構大変で、絵が描けないとか、時間があまりないとか、ということがたくさんあったので、楽しいっていうか、10年以上経ってから楽しさが少し分かってきましたね。
So I just asked him what was the most memorable and also enjoyable moment in working for Japanese animation, and he said that initially it was a series of struggles, and there were moments when I could not even pen the animations. However, after engaged in this animation world for about 10 years, I started feeling some joy. なるほど。で、それで、やっぱり若い時に、アニメの世界を知るようになって、で、それでインドの人たちも、一生懸命こう書こうとしている人たちがたくさんいると思うんですけれども、そういう方たちに何かこうアドバイスというか、メッセージみたいなものはありますか？
インドのアニメ事情って僕よくわからないんですけど、一人で何かこう楽しんで描いてるアニメーションというのと、それから経済、いわゆる商業主義にのっとったアニメーションと2つあるんですよね、アニメーションの世界で。仕事としてのアニメーションと、それから自分で、楽しむアニメーション、どちらを選ぶかっていうことでだいぶアニメーションに対するあり方が変わってきますよね。その人のあり方っていう。
まあそうですね。I just asked him what kind of message he would have for the people who are young and also would like to engage themselves in the field of animation. And he said that there are two kinds of animations in his mind. One is for your own sheer enjoyment, and another is seeking some economic profits. Means commercially you'd like to become successful in the field of animation. So based on the attitude which you carry towards which aspect of animation you'd like to strive for, then the kind of message and also motivation, importance would differ. なるほど。そしたら、あれですね、ご自身はどうだったんですか？どちらのっていうか、両方あるかと思うんですけれども。
僕は全くのプロとしてスタジオで、テレビ、映画、それからビデオとの仕事をやってきました。
I have engaged myself in the field of animation professionally through studios and projects. なるほど。それで、なんか実際にそのインドのアニメに関わることになったんですが、その時には最初はどう思われましたか？
関わったというか、これからだとは思うんですけど、自分の好きな短いアニメーションっていうのは南米とかに公演に行った時も作られてる方に随分会いました。だからそんなにハードルは高くないんですけど、それだと底辺がこう広がらないっていうか、たくさんの人ができない一人一人の仕事なんでね。だからぜひインドでアニメーションが根付くとすれば、経済的なテレビだとかパソコンによる公開だとかっていうことを目指したもので定期的にやる、週一度とか そういうことがインドでスタートできないと、あんまりその人が広がらない、人がたくさん参加 しないと、優秀な人が出てきにくいですね。
なるほど。
いや
それすごく大事ですね。
大事なんで、たくさんの人が関わるってことがとても大事だと思います。
He says that through his earlier experiences in South America, where he had held a series of discussions and also lectures for the people in South America, he felt that it's okay to deliver his lectures to a certain section of people who are having like much high awareness about this work of animation. But what is important is to have lots of people to participate in the field of animation. So same kind of aspect could be also seen in the field of animation in India. He thinks it is very important to have more youth and more people who are involved in and also interested in doing animation in India. So only after having a large number of people participating in the field of animation, it could be possible to have a quality work in India. なるほど。そして、インドの若者、そしてアニメーターの方に、2020年2月のご講演の時に、たくさんお会いになったかと思われるんですが、その時に感じた印象っていうのはどんなものでしたか？
学生さんとか、それから専門学、アニメーションのね、専門学の人とかが多かったんですけど、当然そのアニメーションを勉強しようと。
ちょっとこれスクリーンが止まっちゃいましたね。止まっちゃいました。じゃあ私一緒に入りましょう。もうしょうがないので。本当。じゃあここで、すいません。ちょっとそこの椅子お願いできます？ごめんなさい。ベビーじゃあ苦しいでけん。じゃあちょっとこれ止まっちゃったので、止まりましたね。なんでだろう。じゃあこれをピンにしますか。これでいきます。じゃあ、can you just すいません。じゃあ続きいきます。スクリーンが止まってしまったので、隣でお伺いいたします。で、それで、インドのその若者と実際にディスカッションしてて、どういうふうに思われましたか？もうすごく書きたいものがあるけれども、何かインドだから足りないものがあるとか、日本と比べて、そういうものありますか？
いや、ないとは思うんですけど、まだ方法がわからないんですよね。学生ですからね。
なるほど。
学生さんが自分が何かやりたいって言ったらできるわけじゃない。やっぱりそんなプロジェクトがあって
音が止まってる。
ち
ちょっと待ってください。音が止まって。なるほど。ちょっと待ってくださいね。音が止まっちゃいました。このままいきますかね。どうぞ。はい、すみません。大丈夫です。はい。
ですから、気持ちはあっても、なかなかプロジェクトが進まないとかね、できないとかっていうことがたくさんあると思うんですけど、やっぱり学生さんはね、自分の書きたいもの、作りたいものを書いたり、まとめたりして、どんどんプレゼンテーションしていくことが大事だと思いますよ。その先生だとか、それから知り合いのスタジオの人たちとかって、そういうやっぱり地道な努力をね、大変でしょうけど、アルバイトしながらでしょうけどね。
So he said that he would like to suggest Indian animators, young Indian animators, to try to keep on working on their works, and also at the same time, they can get maximum advices from the teachers and those who are engaged in that field. で、実際にその若者とお話をしたときに、 日本のアニメに対するこう思いっていうか、そういうものはどう感じられましたか？
僕がどうやってそのアニメーションを勉強したんだとか、そういう質問って結構あったんですね。でそれはやっぱり日本でどうやって作られてるんだろうということだと思うんですけどね。そういうなんでどうしてっていうそのことが一番大事なことであってね。でその時にそのアニメーションってお芝居だけど、その自分がなりきってお芝居するわけですよね。要するにアニメーションっていうその世界の動きがあるんじゃなくて、実際のその人がどう動くかっていうことが一番大事なんだって。彼らは日本のアニメーションがどうやって作られてるんだっていうことを質問するんですけど、それはあなたの中にありますと。日本もそうです。決して
止まってますね。なるほど。これ止まりますね。じゃあこっちにしましょう。やっぱりこれちょっと一回止めます。Excuse us. じゃあセカンド。止まりますね。これね。まあいいや。ちょっとこれで。じゃあピンを変えますね。
変な顔で止まる。
変な顔で止まる。変な顔で止まるとか言って。かっこいい顔で止めてくれって言ってます。
変な顔じゃないですから、全然大丈夫です。
大丈夫だって、かっこいい、変な顔じゃないから大丈夫ですって言われてます。おかしい。そう、じゃあちょっと、あれ石黒さんがいなくなった。
一つのパソコンでやった方が一番楽じゃない
そうですね。じゃあ分かりました。じゃあ一つのパソコンでいきます。
はい、
オッケー。じゃあちょっとこれを止めます。すいません、皆さん。体質。はい。
こっちに一本化すると。
そうです。すいません。これでいきます。で、そうですね。So I go back to earlier comments from Ishiguro-san. So what he said was basically the young people should keep on working and also try to get advice from the people who are engaged in this animation field. And at the same time, その後何ておっしゃってましたっけ、さっき。
だから自分自身が芝居するんであってね。
そうだ。
人から教えられて芝居するわけじゃないんで。
And one has to remember that you yourselves as animators are performing and also acting and making real actions to work. And not just there is a kind of animation already existing and you're watching and you're getting into it. It's not like that. You have to create by yourself. 自分が主人公っていうかアニメーターとしてちゃんと作っていかなきゃいけないってことですよね。
そうですね。
なるほど。だ
から芝居は面白いですよね。人に教えられるもんじゃなくて、その個性が出るから、そのキャラクターもね、結構自分が出るんですよね。だから絵を見てると、これ誰が描いたんだって結構分かったりします。
So he compares animation to a theater and he considers theaters are very interesting. So it actually represents the individuality of the person. そうですか。そしたらなんかすごくかなり重いテーマがいっぱいあるんですけど、ご自身は小さかった時ってどんな子供だったんですか？ I'm just asking about his childhood. What kind of child he was?
なんか私の母が言ってたんですけど、この人おかしな子でなんかみんなこう自分でなんかこう溜め込まないでね、みんなにこうあげちゃうみたいな子供だったみたいですよ。
His mother used to tell him, "You are such a strange child. Whatever you receive from others, you just keep on giving to other people. You're not keeping anything to yourself." なるほど。
ずっとね、その生き方でやってきましたからね。そのうちのかみさんに随分苦労かけたんだけど、食べようなんて全然思ってなかった。
So this was my principle, and I must have harassed my wife so long and so much because I have never thought of saving for myself or to use something for myself. でもそれって私が思うにインド的なその考え方に結構つながるところがあると思いますけどね。I think there are some kind of commonalities and some similar points which we can say that, safely say that what India has, maybe Ishiguro-san also has. そのインド的なものって今言いましたけれども、例えば自分が持っているものを、他の人に与えるっていうことがちょっと当たり前の世界、シェアしていくっていうか、で、そういうことが多分、なんだろう、自分の生まれた時から一つのミッションになってるっていうか、そういうふうにこう、やるようなものっていうか。
自分一人では、なんかこう、抱え込んでるとあんま楽しくないっていうか、分かち合いたいというような気持ちはあんまりなかったんだけど、なんかその方が自分は楽しかったですね。
He said that I told him that maybe because what India believes in is like one can offer whatever you have to others, something to you, other people, or share what you have with others. Is this kind of spirit is so prevalent and common in India. So I just told him that maybe he also has that kind of spirit. And he said that it is, basically for my enjoyment, my pleasure to share what I have with others. So that was the main thing which was particular about me. それでそのお母様がじゃあそういうことをご覧になって、で、アニメーターとして実際にこう、いろいろその人に喜びを与えるっていう仕事をこうアニメの世界でやるようになったかなと思うんですけれども、それであれですね、やっぱ作ってる時にすごい大変なこともあったけれども、それでも良かったって思うことって何でしょ
う？アニメーションっていうのは、総合芸術なんで一人ではできないとは言いながら、やっぱり仕事をするのは個人なんですよね。だから僕がやらなければ完成しないとか、とかいうことが結構責任感も生じるし、やりがいも出てくるし、辛かった、大変だったけど楽しかったのかなと思いますね。
So he said that it was a huge responsibility to work in the field of animation, and that was also because it is a very comprehensive art where you cannot work on your own. You have to work in a team. So, but working through this comprehensive team, I have been benefited, and I think it was a good experience for me. なるほど。じゃあちょっとここでですね、なんかラーマヤナのオフィシャルサイトがありますので、それをちょっとシェアさせていただきたいと思います。これですね。はい。で、これですね、ちょっと待ってくださいね。これがアニメラーマヤナの、オフィシャルサイトですね。で、これはラーマヤナ -anime.net で見れるんですけれども。So this is the official Ramayana anime site which you can search on net and also have a look at it. So this was the animation Mr. Ishiguro also got engaged. And here is a trailer. You can have a look at it later. And here are the synopsis. で、この、アニメの中で、なんか、ここに代表的なページがいくつかあるんですけれども、この中で、これっていうのありますか？どれだろう？
この辺僕が書いたとこ。
これですね。
なんか自分が書いたとこはなんか覚えてます
よ。アタックオンラワナスアーミー。なるほど。ハヌマンとかね。ハヌマンとかありましたね。 So he particularly remembers this slide number 12 and also this Hanuman. こんな感じですね。で、それで、これですね。今日の、テーマって感じなんですけど、で、これで、この、ライセンスホルダーの皆さんのお話では、これがまだ、来年の話だということなんですけれども、これちょっとインドの皆さんにこのところだけご紹介させていただきたいと思います。So this Ramayana, the legend of Prince Rama, is going to be shown in India. The license holder is working to roll out a digitally remastered version in India and Japan in 2022 as the 17th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Japan and India. So this is the official site and you can please have a look. で、これで、なんか来年は日印の、国交樹立70周年記念だということで、デジタルリマスターバージョンをですね、インドでも、そして日本でも、公開したいっていうことで、皆さん努力していらっしゃるそうです。はい。それでですね、あとは何だろうかな。その学生さんで、私自身も講演の時にグジャラートで一緒にご一緒させていただいたんですけれども、町で会った学生さんたちと村で会った子どもたちっていましたよね。So now I'd like to ask about what kind of feeling he had towards the people whom he met in urban area and also in rural area. What kind of difference he felt and what sort of impression he had for India. どう思われました？
日本の子供たちよりもなんか積極的でしたよね。歌とか踊りとか、子供たちはね。
村の子供たちがですね。
そうですね。学生さんもその延長線上に大きくなったって感じで積極的な子が多かったんですけど、日本だと日本のアニメーションの学生とあんまり教えに行ったことないからよくわからないけど、うちに入ってくる新人さんたちもその上手になる子があんまなかなか上手にならない子とかたくさん教えてきましたから。すぐにはわからないですね。何がいいんだか。
なるほど、なるほど。
ただ、絵が嘘だみたいに上手なこの方が可能性は多いということは。
なるほど、なるほど。
確かですね。
So he felt that in urban area, I mean, if you compare urban area and also rural area, he felt that in rural areas, especially children are more ready to sing and also dance. They're more active and open. And looking at what he had experienced in Japan, dealing with young animators or animators who are struggling to become professional, he did find that those who are good at animation or drawing from the very beginning tend to become really good animators. で、そのアニメーターの方を育てるときに、一番大事だなって思うのって何でしょう？思うことって。
もう最初のうちはともかく、専門学校を出たり、それから芸術大学を出たり、アニメーターの場合はですね、そういう子が多かったんで、教えることはその学生時代に描いていた絵と、やっぱりそのプロが要望する絵って ちょっと違うんですよね。
なるほど。
どう違うかっていうと、学生の頃っていうのはまあ課題もあったりして、勉強もするんですけど、そうですね、プロは要は与えられた仕事がどんどんだから、その正確さとスピードと結構いろんな要素がこう求められるので、手が遅いとかいうことで、あんま書けないっていうことで悩んだりする子もいたり、私たちはもうそういうことがもうなかった時代なんで、振り向きだけで1週間とかね、大変な苦労しました。
なるほど。なるほど。So, when it was like his turn to let the animators grow, earlier it was like not very easy to have longer time to practice, but now they are trying to give them ample opportunities to nurse. So even to express the 振り向きっていうのは just to turn the character, it might take even 1 week to convey how to be drawn properly nowadays. But earlier, he did not have that luxury to take that much time. So he had to do it very quickly. じゃあ、ご自身がそのアニメを実際に描いていた昔っていうのは、もっとそういうことを早くやってとか、もう当然やれるでしょっていうふうにもう思われちゃってたわけですか？
だからスピードもね、芸のうちっていう
か、なるほどね、
才能のうちなんで、テレビの場合はね、あとだから、その映画の場合はクオリティ、もちろんテレビもクオリティなんですけど、その満点から、70点とか、あるじゃないですか。でも映画だったらみんな90点以上。
なるほど。
そういうそのクオリティの部分で差はあったとしても、まあ一生懸命やるっていうことですよね。
So, in his understanding, if you compare TV programs, animation in TV and also animation in theater, there are certain differences which could be said that around 70% perfection could be still accepted for TV, but for the theatrical production, you may have to strive to achieve 90% or above 90% perfection. で、それで、石黒さんご自身はその両方を全部こう見てきたと思うんですけれども、特にその映画になった作品で、もうこれはすごくおすすめしたいっていうものはありますか？
まあ、僕は昔の、ね、作品、僕が参加したのはずいぶん昔なんで、もう20年も昔なんですけど、ホタルの墓なんかは、また地味ですけどね、ぜひ見てもらいたいなと思いますね。
He recommended that Hotaru no Haka as one of his most, how should I say, good, best work, not most, but the best work. So he would like to request you to watch. So there is some question coming here. Okay, Mr. Okay, Danashiri-san to everyone. I would like to ask some question to Ishiguro-san if time permits. Yeah, please, carry on.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to ask questions. I would like to ask 3 questions to Ishiguro-san. One, while creating Ramayana, what was his feeling like while creating and after completing the work?
なんかラーマヤナを作っていらっしゃるときにどんな気持ちでしたか？その制作中は。そしてそれが制作して作品になってご覧になったときにどう思われましたか？
僕たちアニメ作品
というのはやっぱりね、もっともっとということを感じるんですよ。
もっともっと。
だから、幸せな作品ができたっていうんじゃなくて、あそこもこうしたらよかった、もうここだったらもう一回時間があったらこうしたいとかっていうことが結構多かったんで、後で喜びが湧くかもしれないけど、その時はまだもうもっとっていう気持ちが あったですね。
So when he was actually doing the production of this animation, at that time he would like to strive more and more and more. And he only the focus what he was thinking was to do better work than what he was doing at that time. なるほど。で、それを完成して実際にご覧になってからどう思われましたか？
まあ、これが、インドで公開されるんだと思うと、みんな見てくれるかなっていうふうには思ってたんですけど、なかなか国の事情が違ったり、あんまり日本ではなかなか公開もできなかったんです。まあ、いろんな事情がありましてね、まあ、主に政治的な、ちょうどいろんな事件があったりしても、だからちょっとね、日本、だからもっとたくさんの人に見てもらえればよかったなっていうのはあります。
So after it was completed, his only wish was to let Indian people watch, you know. So, but because of some political situation at that time, it was not very easy to advertise for the Japanese side in India. So it was the only regret he has. And he does wish even today that this Ramayana should be known to more Indian people.
Definitely. Thank you very much. My next question is, what were the challenges he faced while creating Ramayana?
なんかラーマヤナを作っていらっしゃるときに、どんななんでしょうね、チャレンジを感じましたか？何が大変だったですか？
普通の映画とか、当時のね、当時のレベルでは当然やらないっていうモブシーンとかね。
モブシーン、
まあ、たくさん人が出てくるっていうのはもう一番僕たち書くのが大変なん。
なるほど。
それを平気でやってましたから、すごいなと思いましたね。
So there were some scenes where you see lots of people, lots of creatures on the screen. So that was the most difficult scene for him, this mob scene. So, but somehow he could manage, and it was done. So that was the thing.
Yes, thank you very much. And my last question I would like to ask is, after knowing Ramayana, do you feel any changes in your personality or day-to-day life, or any add-on knowledge you can say or comment on?
Okay. なんかラーマヤナの作品を作って、ラーマヤナというものの存在を知ることによって、ご自身が何か変わったとか、そういうものは感じられますか？
インドに行きたかった。
My only wish after creating Ramayana was to come to India. So that was the impact.
Yeah, you can still come to India and visit all the places where Ramayana happened, and you can, actually see it.
Yeah. So actually, thanks to Japan Foundation and also the people who have created the platform to support his visit to India to talk about Ramayana creation. His visit happened in the month of February 2020. まあ、2020年の2月に実際にね、皆さんのご協力で石黒さんのそのインドでの講演っていうのが可能になったんですけれども、And at that time, he did visit various places of India. So now I'd like to ask him about that trip. どこに行かれたんでしたっけ？
アーメダバードをはじめ、6都市。
6 cities he visited. アーメダバード、最初ムンバイでしたっけ？今出してる。いいですよ、どうぞ。
ムンバイから入って、アーメダバード、それからずっと南の方の。
ムンバイ、アーメダバード、あとナグプールでした。
そうですね。たくさん。
いいですよ、開けても。どうぞ。
行きましたね。
ここに
行きましたね。
これ。こんな感じで。He has complete record. And he
Wow,
has not.
that's amazing.
Yeah, let me have a look. Delhi, Ahmedabad, and Mumbai, Nagpur, Bangalore, Chennai, Varanasi, and these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 this year. 7 cities.
Seven cities.
So it was a very long trip. どこ、なんか特に思い出に残ってるの
まあ、アメリカのね、子供たちは面白かったんで、あと、まあ、ずっと滞在してたのがナグプールかな。
ナグプール。
ガンガンなんで。あそこが、インドで初めてフリーの時間がたくさん取れたんで、楽しかったですね。
So Nagpur, he remembers very well. 多分バラナシも良かったっておっしゃってました。なんか。
はい。ワラナシだっけ？
ワラナシ。そうそう、なんかヨガをされたところ。
そうだ。ヨガやったところね、あそこも結構思い出、とても優しい子供たちがいて。
He has very good memory about Varanasi, where he found very kind children. なるほど、なるほど。そうです。じゃあこれから、あれですね、インドにもし行けるとしたら、まあ、パンデミックで大変なんですけど、今ね、もうだんだん落ち着いてきたので、インドに行って何をしたいですか？どこ見たいですか？どんな人に会いたいですか？
そうですね、まあ、この前行って会った、人、どこだっけな、すごい個性的なおっちゃんいたんですよ。
個性的なおっちゃん。
おっちゃんに会いたいなと思って。
So I'm asking that which kind of place he'd like to visit once he gets an opportunity to visit India again. And he said there was one gentleman who was very unique and also interesting. That person I'd like to meet. で、それでもしあれですね、またアニメーションのことでお話をしてくださいって言われたら、どんなお話をされたいですか？
やっぱり、学生さんっていうかね、見に来られる方がね、自分はこんなの作りたいんだっていう、そのプロジェクト、そういうコンテンツを聞きたいですね。
So I asked him that when he comes to India next time, what kind of things he'd like to do. Then he said that any Indian creator who has his or her own project that can be, shown to me, then I would like to have a look at it. なるほど。で、その時に、前に、2020年の2月に、そのご講演をされた時に、やっぱりあれですかね、アニメーションをやってる学生が中心に来た。
そうですね。そういう、ところが多かったですね。
なるほど。So, last time when he visited in 2020 February, there were many students who were majoring animation. で、その時に、そのアニメーションやってる方、まあ、アニメーションの学生さんがいろんなことを聞いたかと思うんですけども、どんな質問が多かったですか？ What kind of question he received at that time? I'm asking.
どうやったらアニメーターになれるんだとかね。まあ、さっきも言ったみたいに、もう自分で描いて、パラパラ漫画じゃないですけど、誰でもできるアニメーションがあって、あとは商業ベースのアニメーションがあって、どのスタイルのアニメーターになりたいかってことですよね。だからそれは本人が決めることであって、で、もし、日本に行ってアニメーションを描きたいみたいなことってありますよね。
ありますよ
ね。だからそれにはどうしたらいいんだっていうことじゃな、まあ、ことなんだけど、じゃあそれは日本じゃなくてインド。もしインドでアニメーターになるにはどうしたらいいんだってことをさっきからずっと言ってるように、まず仕事がなきゃダメですよね。
ですよね。So mainly those students asking that how one can become animator. And for that, as we earlier explained to the viewers here, that there are two kinds of the field of animation. One is commercial. Another is purely for the enjoyment of oneself. So he did feel that for the country like India to have more quality, more high-level animators, it is very important to have proper jobs, occupations in the field of animations. で、そのインドの、今仕事ってお話になったんですけど、やはり若い人たちがなかなかこう仕事に就けないっていうことは、アニメだけじゃなくて、もういろんな分野で、一つの、大きな課題になっていると思うんですけど、インドっていう大きい国で。それをこう変えるためには、どうしたらいいんでしょうね。
日本でもそうだと思うんですけど、今ある仕事のスタイルがあったとしますよね。で、そうじゃなくて、同じことを、言いたいんだけど、自分だったら別な、こういう切り口で行きたいと。コマーシャルにしてもね、自分だったら、今のコマーシャルじゃなくて、自分だったら品物をこういうふうに売りますと。で、そういうところから入っていって、いきなりアニメーションね、仕事のアニメーションをするんじゃなくて、自分のやりたいことに通じる仕事を探すと。
なるほど。なるほど。
これはもうその人のものですね。
なるほど。So I asked him that, okay, now, I mean, he did mention about the difficulty or much more requirement for the Indian youth to have job opportunities. Only then this animation in India could flourish. Then I asked him that right now India is having a task to increase opportunities for the youth to work, to be able to utilize their skills and also talent. So what kind of challenge or maybe possibility India would have for this? Then he said that only after you stick to your own desire and work and try to strive for it, then this commercial opportunity may open. だから自分の、こうやりたいことを中心にして、で、それが仕事になるように、一生懸命頑張りなさいっていうことですか？
頑張るっていうのは、もう普段、こう街を歩いているとか、勉強してる、食事してる、すべてに自分の興味のあることを、やっぱりこう注意するんですよね。なんていうのかな、才能っていうのはね、どれだけ自分を表現できるかと。
表現することが才能。
自分を表現するにはどうしたらいいんだ。それに、いつも自分を表現したいことを、自分が表現したいことを注意すると。いつもね。普段。だから、机に座ってさあ考えましょうっていうことじゃなくて、もう自分がという存在そのものが、すべてにいろんなアンテナを張って、どうしたらいいんだろう。何を、これを、例えば何かを売るフィルムを作るにはどうしたらいいんだろうとかね。とにかく考えるんです、たくさん。
なるほど。So he suggests that Indian animators, young animators should try to have many antennas of one's own. And it is not animation is not starting when you sit at the desk and now you say that, okay, now I start drawing or I start making animation. It's not like that. You have to have a spirit and also preparation and also kind of readiness in yourself to think about your work, your animation continuously. Then you try to have many antennas and try to get inspirations or some learnings. Only then you will be able to create something which would satisfy you. で、それでアンテナを張って、 例えば、なんか自分の書いたものがすごくいいなと思ったとしますよね。自分ではね。でもそれを見せたときに、その他の人とか、あるいはその自分がこう、プロだと認める方に、それダメだよって言われて多分、落ち込む方もいるんじゃないかなと思うんです。
普通ダメだって言われますよね。
普通そういうこと言われる。
だからそれはね、だからって諦める。
諦めちゃいけない。
ね、ちょっと言い方変えましょう。つまり僕の若い頃にね、その将来アニメーションを作りたい。でね、不動産屋になった子がいるんですよ。
あ、そうなんですか。
だから全くそのお金持ちになって、自分は作れないけど人に作らせるとかね。だから今ある、例えばその自分の仕事をすごい自分なりに工夫して、その仕事で成功して、後でアニメーションを自分のお金で作らせるとかね。
なるほどね。そういうのも一つの関わり方ってことですね。
関わり方なんで。
So I asked him that, okay, what will happen if the animator, I mean, young animator is trying to have, his or her own work, but after showing the work that could not have been accepted by the people or not be valued so much. Then he said there is one example. One of my student, a young animator, who did become property dealer rather than becoming animator. So after earning a good amount of money, then that person could make other people to create animation of his or her liking. So it was like that. So it is not like the last chance if you are rejected, and you should not just give up, and you should think that how one can be able to create. なんか質問が来てるみたいなんですが。please. Danashri san, please, you can unmute yourself and ask if there is any question.
Yeah, I guess you received that message once again. I have asked the questions, so.
Okay, fine. That's the same answer. Okay. なるほど。じゃあ、あと5分ぐらいなんですけど、特に石黒さんの方から、インドの方にこれだけは言いたいなっていうことはありますか？
だから、今やってる仕事、もしね、その学生だったら学生さん、何かのアニメに関係ない仕事でも何でもいいんですけど、それを一生懸命やると。で、その世界で、自分がどうしたら、その世界でトップっていうか、オリジナルな存在になれるかっていうことが一番大事なんですね。
なるほど。自分の世界で、その世界でオリジナル
今あるね、仕事の世界。だからアニメーションをやらないから、あとはアニメーションやりたいためのアルバイトをやってるんだっていうことじゃなくて、一生懸命やると。その結果に、将来、アニメーションに関われることがあるかどうかちょっとそれはわからないですけど、とにかく今一生懸命やる。
So he said that to Indian animators, what kind of message he has to encourage them. Then he said that whatever you are doing right now, do your best, and it should be fine. And that is my message. But he did that, and I don't know what could be the outcome. But still, you have to do your best. Like that.
Yes, definitely. Like whatever and wherever we are, if we have given our 100%, then definitely we will be on the top. But yeah, thank you very much, Ishiguro-san, for joining with us. The great message you have given, the great information you have given, and the very impressive word was like the animator shows his character by his own animation. That was really impressive one. Thank you very much for joining with us. And I believe that the aspirant animator who wants to go to Japan would have loved your speak and conversation. Thank you. どうもありがとうございました。
はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Thank you. So, by the way, next is Sayuki-san, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, Sayuki-san, I have especially pleaded her to come on this occasion. Wow, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
深川の芸者さんの方です。そうです。So, I just want to have a little bit of interaction using this 2-3 minutes with her.
Yeah, so first
I have
I'll
to
just speak about her
yes.
event
you
name
have
and the topic,
okay.
and then I can give it to you to introduce her. No issue.
No, it's okay, fine. You have the introduction, right? So, Sayuki-san, thank you so much for coming, and I'm very pleased that you have taken a very, variable time for this occasion, and I'm very happy to see you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot, and we are going forward with our most awaited event. That the name is Geisha at Fukugawa, an anthropologist inside the flower and below world of geisha of Japan, by Sayuki, Dr. Fiona Graham. So,
Okay.
Mohan-san, would you like to introduce her? You are on mute.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Sayuki-san is a perfect presenter, and she has a lot to talk about. And she's a professional geisha, as well as she has nursed geishas, and also she has protected our culture. And I feel very honored to see her on this screen. Thank you so much. Please carry on.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to give a brief about Ms. Sayuki. Dr. Fiona Graham is an Oxford-trained anthropologist who was the first white woman to formally debut as a geisha, and currently works as a geisha and geisha mother in Fukugawa district of Tokyo. She was trained as a geisha in Asakusa before moving to Fukugawa, Japan's oldest geisha district and the site where the first female geisha appeared. Sayuki took her doctorate in social anthropology at the University of Oxford, and she is an anthropological filmmaker specializing in Japanese society. She has spent half of her life in Japan, went through Japanese schools, and was the first white woman to graduate from Keio University. She has lectured at a number of universities around the world, has published extensively on Japanese culture, and is also an anthropological film director with production credits on a range of international broadcasts. So, Sayuki Fukugawa-san, yoroshiku onegai shimasu. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Is it okay in English?
Yeah, completely fine.
Okay, I was going to show some slides in the background, but I don't know if I can put up both my screen,
you can share your screen, definitely.
And the
yes, the screen is visible.
Am I sharing my screen now?
Slideshow.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You can see my screen now? Okay. Yeah. Okay. But you can't see me, I think.
Yes, I can see you as well.
Oh, okay, great. Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to talk a little bit about how I became to be a geisha. It wasn't anything very planned. I first arrived in Japan when I was 15 years old, and I was an exchange student in high school. So 2 families swapped daughters. And so I had a very deep immersion in Japan. I was with a Japanese family, going to Japanese schools. And then eventually I went to Keio University after that. And so I had a very Japanese life for about 10 years before I went to Oxford. And first I took an MBA at Oxford, and I wrote my thesis on Japanese management there because I was also working for a Japanese company for 2 years. So I was very, very immersed in the business world as well as a normal employee in a normal Japanese company. So I think I was the first foreigner to work in the life insurance industry at the time as a normal employee in a Japanese company. But while I was at Oxford, I discovered the subject social anthropology. And this is a subject which has the unique research method of field work. So anthropologists should go to the country they're studying, become a part of the society, become very immersed in the society, learn the language, and study from the inside, not from the outside. So this is a subject that really suits me and something that was very close to my heart. It's something that I'd been experiencing since I was a high school student. So I changed my major from business to social anthropology. And then after I got my doctorate at Oxford, I started making television programs of the kind that you see on National Geographic Channel or Discovery Channel. And I made programs like, for example, I followed the president of Nissan Motors around for the BBC, and I made program about Japanese society. For example, another program was looking at dangerous festivals in Japan, where some people even die in order to do a festival, and looking at all the social implications of that. And so when you're a program maker and you go to a broadcaster to get a program sold, because I was freelance, you get about 2 minutes to sell your ideas to the broadcaster. So at the time I was lecturing in Japanese studies at the National University of Singapore, and I was making these programs. And I went for a meeting with National Geographic Channel, and I had a whole lot of different ideas on that day. But one of the ideas was to make a documentary about geisha about the same time that the movie Memoirs of a Geisha came out. And I told them that I thought it was going to be a very big movie, and maybe it would be a good idea to have a documentary about geisha at the same time. And they weren't looking very excited about that. And so I let slip and said, I'll be the geisha in training over the course of a year, and we can film my training. And it'll be a program about a foreigner becoming a geisha. And then they got interested. And I walked out of the room and said, oh my God, what have I done now? But that was the start of the whole project. Then I went back to Japan from Singapore and started to research the geisha world. And at first, you know, the average Japanese doesn't know very much about geisha at all these days. Most people have never met a geisha. Most people have no idea where geisha are. And most people think that geisha are only in Kyoto. But actually there's about 50 or 60 geisha districts still in Japan, and they're all over Japan, from the very north in Hokkaido all the way down to Nagasaki. But at the time that I was researching and trying to find a geisha district to join, none of the geisha districts had websites. I think I was the first geisha to have a website. So I just had to ask people one after the other, get introduced one after the other, and find somebody who actually knew a geisha. And eventually I got introduced to the Atami geisha district. Atami is a hot springs resort 1 hour south of Tokyo. And there's many different kinds of geisha districts. Some are in towns, and they're usually higher class. And some of them are in sightseeing places like hot springs resorts or beach resorts. Some of them are on major transport hubs, like along major highways. There used to be 52 geisha districts in between Tokyo and Kyoto. Now there's only a few of them left. But the first geisha district I was able to meet up with was Atami. And I was lucky to be able to go to a geisha banquet with some of the geisha from Atami. So we went to a large hotel in the hot springs resort of Atami, a very beautiful hotel, very high class, with a very large banquet room. and a busload of tourists arrived, about 30 or 40 tourists, and they'd been stuck in a traffic jam. And they came into the room and they were very tired, and they finally got to the hotel and they were a little bit tired. But then the geisha came into the room and sat down and started talking to the customers, and they were so beautiful. And in 5 minutes, the atmosphere in that room changed amazingly. And all of a sudden, all the people were happy and they were smiling. They were excited to talk to the geisha. And as an anthropologist, it was absolutely amazing to me. Until then, I was always thinking about what geisha looked like. You know, it's such a distinct, special look. But after I saw the geisha actually working, then I became interested what it is that geisha actually do. Geisha are entertainers. Geisha means artist, and all geisha are artists in music or dance. But they're also entertainers who can entertain any kind of people at any time, in any way that those people would like to be entertained. And that's the skill of a geisha that goes beyond the look of a geisha and goes beyond the art of a geisha. I think that's the special part of the geisha job. So then I was really hooked on studying about geisha, and I took a step back and decided that I wanted to do my study in Tokyo. Everybody thinks that geisha are only in Kyoto. But there are actually 9 geisha districts in Tokyo alone. And nobody knew anything about the Tokyo districts at the time. Remember, nobody had websites at the time either. So eventually I got the Asakusa district to let me in. And actually, knowing what I know now about the geisha world, I think it's truly amazing that they let me in at all. I was the first foreigner in Japanese history to formally debut as a geisha. It's a very, very conservative world. And it really is amazing that they let me in. But my geisha, to join a geisha district, you have to join a geisha house and become attached to a geisha mother. And you have to follow her around like a little chick follows a hen around, and learn everything from her one-on-one directly. It's a very apprentice kind of training in a very old-fashioned way. And my geisha mother was 65 when she let me in. And many geisha houses are actually single geisha houses. So most geisha never take in apprentices. It's only some of them that take in apprentices. So my geisha mother had never had an apprentice before. So I was the first one. And so I got, rather unluckily, the exact same training that she had had some 60 years before, because she started at 5 years old. So I had a very, very old-fashioned training indeed. When you join the geisha house, you start taking lessons at the geisha office. In my case, I was required to do lessons in dance, tea ceremony to learn good manners, and learn how to sit and stand and greet people and comport oneself. My own personal interest was in flute, because I had played Western flute since I was a child. So I also learned the flute. So a lot of each day is taken up with doing lessons. But at the same time, you're learning one-on-one from your geisha mother about the community, you're greeting people, you're learning how geisha behave. It's a very strict hierarchy, a little bit like joining the army. You have to be very polite to your older sisters. And you have to comport yourself as a geisha. It takes a while for a new trainee to become geisha-like. So I did that for 11 months. It was a rather long apprenticeship. Apprenticeships these days are getting shorter and shorter. And now some girls go out to a banquet in only a couple of months. But I did 11 months. I did the very old-fashioned training. So I had to finance my wardrobe. I had to make the kimonos from scratch. When geisha go out, they're wearing about $10,000 worth of kimono and accessories. And if you self-finance that, it's a lot of money. So I think I had spent $50,000 before I went to my first day of work. And obviously nowadays you can't do that anymore. This picture now that you're seeing, this was the day of my debut. So I was wearing a kimono worth $10,000 of my geisha mother, just for the kimono. And one of the big questions now in the geisha world is how to finance the training of the young geisha until the day that they debut and they can start earning their own money. And in the old days, you were contracted, so you went heavily into debt, like I did, and then you slowly paid it off over years and years. But these days, you can't do that. Girls can work very easily at any place and earn wages already, and they don't necessarily keep their contracts either. So you can invest very heavily into girls these days, but they may not start working. And then the geisha house would be very heavily in debt. So the world has changed a lot, including because of Corona. And girls nowadays are getting a different training to the training that I had. But once you start working as a geisha, when you debut, you have a special ceremony. You go all around the whole of the district to everybody that you're going to be indebted to in your career as a geisha. You give them a special towel with your geisha name printed on it. And they give you packets of money in return, which partially offsets some of the debt that you've incurred. And then afterwards, you start your life as a geisha. So in the daytime, you'll still be doing a lot of lessons. But then you start participating in community events like festivals, like the slide we're seeing now. And then you start working as well. So anybody can call a geisha. Usually the tea house, the restaurants where geisha entertain, like the one we're seeing here, they call geisha, or customers can also call geisha directly. So in my case, I had a lot of customers who would call me directly and I would organize the banquets for them. So our main work is geisha banquets. And that is a meal at a high-class Japanese restaurant. It's usually about 2 hours long. And the geisha sit together with the customers. And then at some stage during the meal, they give a performance of music and dance. And this is the highlight of the geisha meal. If you can imagine, every country now has opera singers and ballet dancers and traditional musicians, but most of them perform on the big stage. But geisha entertainment started around the same time as Bach and Mozart were composing their music. And if you think about it, they didn't perform their music in large venues like theaters. They performed privately at the houses of nobles or at the palace of kings and queens. And geisha entertainment that started around the same time has never changed. We're still doing private entertainment. So to call a geisha out is a little bit like calling an opera singer or a ballet dancer out to perform at your own private party. And as you can imagine, it would be quite expensive to do that. to call a well-known or very talented ballet dancer or opera singer out. I think that's a little bit what geisha entertainment is about. And geisha also entertain on the big stage as well. Usually once or twice a year, geisha will participate in a large scale entertainment on the big stage. But after 4 years in Asakusa, my geisha mother retired, and normally I should have been able to take over the geisha house. In the Asakusa Constitution, it stated that anyone could become a geisha mother if they'd worked as a geisha for 4 years. But Japan is a very conservative country, and I was the first white geisha ever. And they decided overnight to break their own rules and decide that foreigners couldn't become geisha mothers. So all of a sudden, I left the Asakusa district. My geisha house no longer existed because my geisha mother had retired, and I couldn't take it over. So at that stage, there was a bit of coming and going, but I had to choose another geisha district. And to choose another geisha district, firstly, all the geisha live in the geisha district. So it has to be a town that you like. A good geisha district will have history. It will be a sightseeing spot where lots of people gather. It probably has a large shrine. It probably has a popular festival. And eventually, I found another geisha district in an amazing, amazing coincidence. I was out of Tokyo at the time, and I was looking online for a new house to live in. And I found a very old, traditional style Japanese house along a river lined with cherry blossoms for 2 kilometers. And the little house overlooked the river, and you could see nothing but cherry blossoms from the window. And I quickly called up the real estate agent and said, I want to take the house. And they said, well, you haven't seen the house. And I said, I just have a really strong feeling about this. I'm going to take it. And I took the house unseen. And then when I arrived at the house to see it for the first time, that's for the first time I realized that I was in the middle of the historic Fukagawa Geisha District, which is actually the oldest geisha district in all of Japan, and the place where the first female geisha appeared. So in the old days, actually, all the geisha were men. And they were a little bit like jesters at the time of Henry VIII. They entertained customers who were waiting in the entertainment districts in Japan, who were waiting to have dinner with girls. And so they were all men in the beginning. And it's only when a very talented shamisen player in my district now of Fukagawa decided that she was going to become a geisha too. She must have been a very radical, very strong-minded young woman to pioneer and be the first female geisha. But it took about 60 years after that until the majority of geisha were women. And to this day, there's a few male geisha still left in Japan, descendants of the original male geisha. But most of the geisha, of course, now are female. So I discovered that I was already living in the historic district of Fukagawa. And I realized there were other geisha around in their 60s and 70s and 80s. And they started working again after I arrived in the district. And then we decided to revive the district. So the geisha office had been closed some 25 years before. And But the older geisha agreed that they wanted to revive it. And so I started collecting young girls who wanted to become geisha, and became a geisha mother in the Fukagawa district. And of course, as I said before, it's a very different experience these days to get young girls and turn them into geisha. Firstly, you have to separate them from their mobile phones, which is not very easy. And it takes a lot of training for them to become geisha-like. So, but also, girls these days won't do a training like I experienced myself. And mothers are very reluctant for their girls to become geisha if it involves them giving up their education. So at the time I was lecturing part-time at university. I've been lecturing all along in geisha studies and in anthropology at several of Japan's universities. And so one issue for me was, while I was working part-time as a university lecturer, why couldn't girls who want to become geisha also study? Why did they have to give up their education? So one of the radical changes that I made was allowing girls to continue their high school education or to continue their university education while they trained as geisha. And I think to keep tradition, in the end, if you change everything about traditional culture, then it ceases to exist. But if you don't change anything about traditional culture, then it's going to die. So you have to take a middle ground somewhere. So the most important thing in reviving and keeping traditional culture alive is to decide what you're going to keep and what you're going to throw away. So in my case, I believe very, very much in keeping all the beauty and the tradition and the high standards of our arts, learning from the best teachers, spending a lot of time training. And especially with the kimono, there's about 40 craftsmen behind what we wear, behind our ornaments, our bags, our obi belts, the kimono itself, everything that we carry and wear and use. And if we don't keep those standards high, then the craftsmen are all going to disappear as well. So I believe very much in keeping that side of tradition. But I don't believe in keeping some of the traditions on the business side of the geisha world. In particular, they had a policy of turning first-time customers away. And this doesn't allow any new customers to arrive in the geisha world, or it impedes new customers being able to join. So one of the things that was important to me was to have websites. And as I said, I think I was the first geisha to have a website, to allow bookings online, to do geisha banquets online during Corona period. And to accept young customers at much cheaper banquets than usual. We do one thing where young customers can come and have a casual drink with a young geisha without having the full banquet. And we also started traveling overseas. I think you've seen some of our slides where we've been traveling overseas. And I think that's a wonderful way to introduce geisha culture to the world. And actually in 2019, before Corona started, we traveled to 9 different countries. So I love India, and I travel to India often privately, but we haven't been to India's geisha yet. But I would certainly love to go to India. When we did travel overseas, we do lots of different things. I do talks at university, like I'm doing now. Sometimes we do photo exhibitions of geisha at museums or cultural centers. Sometimes we work in Japanese restaurants. Sometimes we participate in Japan-related festivals. And sometimes we just do a tour from town to town to different venues, or sometimes we go to trade shows to help advertise Japanese products abroad. But we love traveling overseas. I think for young girls who face all the hardship and the hard training that it takes to become geisha, I think it's really important that they enjoy the same things about modern life that their friends are enjoying as well. So for me, it's very important that they have a modern side of life as well. But Corona has been devastating for geisha. I think a lot of geisha will have quit at the end of this period, and some entire districts will probably go under. I know that some of the tea houses have certainly gone under. Traditionally, geisha often had a sponsor, an individual. Sometimes it was relationship. Most often it was only a financial way of supporting geisha and encouraging geisha in their careers. But usually, traditionally, it was an individual person who supported a young geisha. These days, we have crowdfunding and we have patreon.com/geisha, which is our way in Fukagawa, where we're trying to get support for the young geisha, not just from one individual sponsor, but spreading it out among a lot of sponsors. So we're trying to find a new way to fund and help encourage the young geisha in their new careers. And of course, in our dreams for the immediate future, we would love to visit India early next year. We're already due to travel to Europe in spring and also in summer. So we welcome any invitations that may come from India as well. But maybe I'll leave it there, and maybe if anyone has any questions, I can answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sayuki-san, for sharing an extraordinary experience with us. It was amazing to know your life. And, the more you talk, I felt like I want to, be with you and know more about your life and know more about the geisha, the true meaning of geisha you have taught us is really nice. Even I knew about geisha was in Tokyo as a Japanese learner, but even in geishas are available even in Tokyo was really a knowing new information. Thanks a lot for joining with us, and we are really honored to welcome you in India. I'll be eager to meet you if I get a chance.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for joining with us.
Thank you.
And there are many people who are watching us on YouTube are already commenting that they are looking forward to see you.
Great. Well, they can email me at sayuki.geisha@gmail.com, or they can look at our website, sayuki.net or fukagawageisha.com.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Or if you can mail or send your email address in chat box of Zoom, I can share it on YouTube channel as well.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. After having this wonderful session, we are stopping for the morning session. I need some time to get out of the geisha stuff. So we will be having some short break, and we will join back at 3 p.m. for the afternoon session. The wonderful session, the wonderful interview we are going to have of an author, Miss Megha Wadhwa. So see you at 3 p.m. Be with us. Thanks a lot. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to Konnichiwa Pune 2021. I hope you have enjoyed the morning session, and again, we are going to have some interesting session in the afternoon time. So I would like to introduce our next session is about the interview of an author, Miss Megha Wadhwa. Dr. Megha Wadhwa, sorry. Dr. Megha Wadhwa is a migration researcher and Japanese South Asian studies scholar. She is a research associate at Free University of Berlin and visiting scholar at Sophia University, Tokyo, which is also her alma mater. Her research passion lies in understanding the similarities and differences in the migration trends of Indians in Japan, Germany, and other places around the globe. Her research focuses on identity, ethnicity, race, social class, women, and skills in migration. She is originally from New Delhi and was a resident of Tokyo for about more than 15 years before she moved to Berlin in 2021. She is the author of the book Indian Migrants in Tokyo, a socio-cultural, religious, and working voice. She is also trained in fieldwork filming, and her recent documentaries are Daughters from Afghanistan 2019 and 7-minute documentary Indian Cooks in Japan 2021. This interview will be taken by our fourth and current president of IJBC, Mr. Siddharth Deshmukh. So I would like to request Mr. Siddharth Deshmukh to come on the stage and start the interview. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I was on mute.
Hello,
So nice
welcome,
to meet you.
Dr. Megha Wadhwa. Welcome to Konnichiwa Pune to 2021. And at the outset, I would like to say thanks to you for taking out time and coming here for a very important and interesting conversation that we are going to have. So let's get started. And to get comfortable, I would like to ask, can I call you Megha or can I call
Yes, so
you
please,
Dr.?
please call me Megha. No, please call
Right,
me
call me
Megha.
Siddharth. And I would like to listen to your story from India to Japan first, and then we will move on to your book.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure. And also, I had this talk with Shifali a few months back. It was wonderful talking to her as well. And I've been looking forward to meeting you. So thank you. Finally, we're here. So I moved to Japan in 2007, and why Japan came to my map was because my grandmother, she took a world tour, and when she came back from the world tour, I asked her, like, what all countries did you visit and what did you like the most? And she kept talking about Japan a lot. And the things that she told me in the time are still there. Like, she was talking about how people are very sweet and very clean, and Fuji apples and things like that. So that's why I chose Japanese language after school, along with my, bachelor's. So in the time I was being trained by Professor Ashok Chawla, who is also the advisor at the PMO office, at the PMO. And and I was working for Marubeni in the time. And then I was looking for further education and I wanted to go to Australia. But Professor Chawla advised me that I should go to Japan because it was going to be my first trip alone and I was young in the time. And he suggested that Japan would be a safe country. And because I have been in this field, learning the language and working for the Japanese company, it would make more sense to study in Japan rather than studying in Australia. And that's how I landed in Japan in 2007. So thanks to Professor Ashok Chawla, that my journey to Japan began, because if he had not insisted on me going to Japan, I would have definitely Australia.
Okay, so that brought you to Japan and everything changed since then. But how was your first year? You really enjoyed, or it was still you're feeling like, okay, I'm being forced and maybe
No. I think I have a lot of gratitude for Professor Ashok Chawla that he insisted that I go to Japan, because it was a huge learning of 15 years. And as much as India has made me the person I am today, I think I spent my peak years in Japan. So that has made me, I have learned a lot from that country in the period of 15 years. And I have a lot of gratitude for Japan. And of course, most importantly for Professor Ashok Chawla, that he insisted that I go to Japan.
I'm sure. I wanted to say that first year, definitely you never thought you would be staying there for 15 years.
Oh no.
So
even Professor Chawla did not think. Yeah, even Professor Chawla did not think. He had sent me only for 2 years. And he wanted me to come back and actually get into a different field, similar field as his, like do translation, interpretation and stuff like that. But I have no idea, things just moved on in a different direction. And so I did not pursue only the language, and also probably I did not pursue the language to the extent probably he must have expected me to. And
right.
I just went on to, but everybody has their own path, and I'm sure he's happy.
Right.
About it too, yes.
All right. So 2007.
Yes.
And then you left after that, almost after 15, 16 years after that, Japan. I understand it was you are in academic and the research goes on and the book shaped. So, but still, before I bring in book here, I wanted to ask you that you like 2007 Japan, 2015 Japan, which was like, where do you find yourself? Because when I was in Japan, it was 2000. I almost come back much more earlier than you, and then started traveling every year. And now also sometime I stay there for my business purpose and so on. But I think I'm stuck in that time. I still love that Japan.
Really? But do you think Japan has changed?
Yeah, I think things do change, but of course, society doesn't
I
change
think
that
we change. We are the ones who change. Japan does not change.
much. Okay.
It changes us. And then, but okay, so you let me put it this way, I understand why do you think maybe now when I go to Japan, I probably will miss the Japan that I left because I feel the similar way for India. So I think this is a very interesting human psychology, I believe, that when you leave a place, you leave behind the memories that you had built in the time that you lived there. And when you go back, you cannot recreate those memories with the same people, with the same atmosphere. So, and that is the reason we miss that aspect that we left behind. So, like, if you ask me 5 years down the line, do you like the Japan now or do you like the Japan then? Then probably I would say exactly what you said, because I still say that I miss the India that I left behind. And I keep looking for that India every time I go back to India. But there are few spots and places where I can find that India. But mostly India has changed so much. But I think for Japan, I wouldn't say I see a lot of difference what it was in 2007, 2015. The only difference I saw was that it was easy for me to find Indian food there. It was easy to, get used to the things. But that was also because I was changing in those 15 years. I was learning a lot. I was growing up. I was getting mature. I learned the language. I was able to understand the system. So definitely, I like the Japan later on more than I liked in my initial, 4 or 5 years, because especially after I joined Sophia University. And also I also hated Japan more in the time, because in the first 5 years you are actually either wearing pink glasses or you are absolutely in hatred with the country, or you are somewhere in the middle where you're just loving and hating, whatever. I think it depends on a personal perspective, but as you understand the country more, your love for the country grows stronger as much as your hatred, just for your own, like as it would for your own country, like people in India, they love India, but they also hate India at times, So yeah, I think that is more to do. If you ask me 5 years later, if I end up staying in Berlin and I'm not going back to Japan and it's just a to and fro thing, then I would feel exactly how you said that you miss the Japan that you left behind. So I would probably miss the Japan that I left behind, because I will not be able to recreate those 15 years of memories with the same sort of people or the same sort of workplace. So that change, yes.
Perfectly. So now let's get back to your book, Indian Migrant in Tokyo. I read this book after reading the review in Japan Times, I think. Yeah. And fortunately, I had some good time because of this lockdown and all, and I was locked in Japan. And so
you were locked in Japan. Wow.
Yeah.
Lucky you.
I was locked in Japan. I just returned India 2 weeks back or 3 weeks. I think 2 weeks back. So, it was really, really interesting book for me to read, because when you live in Japan, I was not a researcher, right? So you don't know all those things, and then suddenly you feel, wow, I never knew, or I never looked at it that way. Or maybe some of the problems which you mentioned, maybe I never faced, or some of the problem which you mentioned exactly I face, but you never look at it like the way you were looking at it. So it was very interesting journey to go through your books. I think I read it, I will not say twice, 1.5 times, because once I read all and then I went back to all the chapters which I really want to pick and underline, and I'm planning to visit some of the places which you mentioned, which I never know about, like Gurudwara and all. I never visited those places. So
yeah, you should definitely go to the Gurudwara.
Of course, I knew, because you mentioned that in a book, that but our audience don't know. So I want you to tell us how do you plan this book, and do you call this book as the academic book, or everybody can read? Is it for everyone?
Okay, very interesting question. Thank you for asking such a brilliant question. So first of all, how did I start this book? Again, I think I've been very blessed to have some wonderful professors or mentors in my life. And like my journey started with Professor Ashok Chawla. And then when I moved to Sophia University, when I started my research at Sophia University, I met Professor Cyril Villiers, who has himself been in Japan for 50 years. And I did my master's and I was reflecting on the life of Indian women in India after marriage. So I was in area studies and I was focusing on South Asia in the time, so my research was there. And in that time, I was attending seminars of a professor, Japanese professor, Professor Takefumi Derada, who became my mentor in my PhD. So his work was a big inspiration for me. He used to talk about his research focuses on Filipino community in Japan. And he used to do presentations in his seminar. And his work was very inspiring for me. And he used to reflect on the identity and other issues the Filipino community faces, like, how they maintain their, he was basically focusing on the Christianity aspect of the Filipinos. So that fascinated me. And then when I finished my master's, I wanted to do PhD as well. And because I was like, now I'm studying, and I always wanted to be, I enjoyed academia and I wanted to be in teaching line. And that was the reason why I went back to Sofia, because I had only done bachelor's in Japanese language and I further wanted to educate myself. And so I decided that I will educate myself further. So I was like, might as well do PhD because I was a mixed scholar. And in that time, I was thinking that I want to do, so before that, I had been teaching English in Japan. And during that time, I could see that the knowledge of India amongst the Japanese people is very less. And it was just very limited to the cliches, like yoga or 3 times curry a day or things like these, which half of which were not even true. They were not even factual. So that used to make me feel a little, I don't know what would be the right word, but it just used to create this kind of passion in me that I want people to know about India more. I want people to have more factual information about India, because there is more to India than just curry yoga. And yoga is, of course, beautiful. I'm glad people know about it. But yeah, there is just, in brief, like there is a lot more about India people need to know. And that's the reason why I thought that I would like to go and study more so that I can teach something just more than English and not just stick to English. And then his research inspired me. And then I was like, okay, so I think maybe for my PhD, I'm going to change the topic and I will focus on Indian migrants in Japan. And both of them were very supportive of me to do that. And in the time when I was writing in the time when I was doing my research, I was obviously reading a lot of academic books. And I felt that sometimes the academia just limits itself to academia, We are not able to reach ourselves to a bigger audience. And see, my purpose of writing the book was not just the people who know English can read it. I was also targeting that the Japanese should also be able to read it. And in my belief, there are a lot of people in the Japanese community who can actually understand this level of English. And so that is the reason why I am in academia, so I did want to write a well-researched academic book. And so I chose to write an academic book with a style that can be reached to a larger audience. So, and thankfully, with God's grace, I have succeeded to some extent. And also the book they have brought down the prices, and I'm further negotiating with them to bring it down for India. So I hope I succeed in that as well. Because as of now, for the international market, the price is good, but for the Indian market, it still needs to go down. So, but I'm very glad that they brought down the price earlier than the planned time.
Great. Do you think if this book is also in Japanese, will help more Japanese people to understand about?
Yeah, that is going to happen too.
That's going to happen. I think that will be wonderful, because there are many insight and stats and many interviews which you took naturally, and a lot of research went into it. And I think Japanese love that, and that may help to further maybe bringing two communities
Together,
yeah,
yes.
right, right. Okay, so that's about how you started the book. Now I want to ask you this one question, that migration definitely happened since ancient. Migration is happening, it will continue to happen in future also. And you pointed out how that migration is changing from India to Japan, and how previously who were the different migrants, and now who are the uh, um, uh, like more professionals are migrating. But there are so many, government makes many policies, many things, but I'm really curious, why don't they pick up such books, or such they bring such academician when they make some kind of a policy? Like, for example, I'm recently hearing a lot about this technical training program, but I don't see anything there been considered which is mentioned in your book. Being an IT professional, being running this my company from 2005, and seeing how many IT people are there, and when suddenly, for stats we know you need 600,000 IT engineers. For stats we know you need to around 200,000 IT engineers right now. But how do you attract them? Which exactly many problem which you mentioned in your book. Would you like to throw some light? Which are those problems you think are a very serious and government should take a look? Because today at Konnichiwa Pune, I'm sure some of our Japanese officials are also listening to this interview, and it is purpose of this entire Konnichiwa Pune is that to bring academicians, government official, industrialists, everybody together and discuss about the real issues, and not only discuss about the newspaper headlines.
Yeah, so you're putting me on a spot.
That's why I ask you, should I call you, should I call you Mega? Because I want a real conversation today to happen. And I'm sure our friends in Japan and friends in India should listen to this.
Yeah, okay. So I should say a little prayer first. Okay, so now that you've put me on the spot, I would like to say it in the best possible way so that I don't offend anybody. So I think, see, when I hear the conversations or when I read about the policies, I see that at the top level, people are definitely making an effort politically, or in order to create a relationship with the other country. There have been, a lot of conversations happen. But what people don't look into is that what happens at the ground reality. Like something that I have tried to focus to my best capability in the book, in whatever best way I could, that we need to understand that, let me put it in another way, that, for example, I am just giving, like an example. I hope it would make people understand what I'm trying to say. For example, when in my initial years of Japan, I used to get a very bad cough every year. And I would take medicines and it will get all right. And then it used to come back again. So it became a pattern every year at this particular seasonal change, that this will come, I will take the medicine and then it heals. And I got tired of it, that why do I always have to take the medicines for it? And why am I falling in this trap? And then I studied deeper, and I felt that I need to get into the deeper cause of what is causing this cough. What is the trouble in my body that is bringing out this weakness in me and creating trouble for me again and again. And then I changed my whole lifestyle. I changed my food habits. I changed what I was doing, my exercises and everything. And then since 2011 till date, touch wood, I have not had that trouble again. So what I am trying to say is that on the surface, we are trying to put a patch and healing the things or making them show that they are fine. but we are not looking into the problems that are deep down there. And that is something which both the countries need to look into, not just Japan, but also India. What India needs to do is that they need to create a lot of awareness that people need to know the reason why are they going to Japan and what is waiting for them there. The other day, I was giving a lecture at university in Philippines, and we were discussing about the Filipinos moving to Japan. And the professor there told me that she has seen during her fieldwork that people who move to Japan, they do their homework before they move to Japan. And that is something which people really need to do. And I don't see a lot of people, even that I have interviewed, did their homeworks before they were moving to Japan. And so that is most important. And one thing is that they don't need to sell themselves short. They need to know exactly what are they getting and what are they deserving of. In the initial years, if you want to compromise because you're going to a new country, it's fine. Yeah, we understand. And then maybe from there you will grow. So you need to do your homework before you move to Japan. You need to have a good level of knowledge of the Japanese culture, Japanese language, so that when you get there, you can also negotiate for yourself. What Japan needs to do, and now this is not the solution of the problem that India does and the problem is solved. Because I often see, like even in this conversations, probably many people have compared India with the population of Nepalese and the Chinese in Japan, which is way more. But that doesn't mean they don't have problems. They also have a lot of problems. And that is the reason there are so many scholars who are working on migration studies for different countries in Japan, and they are looking into what Japan can do to make things better. So like if Japan really wants foreigners to be a part of their country, they have to also put in an equal amount of effort in order to make them feel welcomed. I have come across cases where my respondents have told me that they move to the country, they leave behind, they also leave behind a lot in order to succeed in their careers. But their growth stops after a point, like some people have told me that as early as 1 year, their career becomes stagnant. There is no new learning involved. Because there are some teachers who work as ALT in Japan. They tell me that, they don't get the opportunity to actually they are assistant language teachers, but they know better English than the Japanese teachers, So the Japanese teachers should actually be more encouraging of them to take over the class, but they have a sense of insecurity, which lets them to, suppress them or keep them behind. But they don't need to have that insecurity because their jobs are secured. The assistant language teachers are not tenured position, or even if they are, both of them will have their job. So why not just, create an atmosphere that is a good learning for the students as well. And similarly at the workplace, I think I have seen that the people who are good in Japanese probably do not come across this problem a lot. They are able to find their ways to climb up the ladder. And the Japanese work culture works in a certain way that, you climb up the ladder as in a certain level at age, so there is a way that people go about it. But then they have to create an atmosphere in their work atmosphere where people feel involved and where people feel that their skills are being enhanced at every level. Because what happens is when the people who are working in Japan compare themselves to their peers in India or in other countries, they feel that their progress is slight bit low, and that creates a lot of thoughts in their mind too. So I think that aspect will be important to look into, that from the Indian side, the language perspective and to educate themselves, and from the Japanese perspective, it is important that the companies also learn English. Definitely, it's a global language and there is a requirement for them to learn English as well. And there is a sense of inclusion at the workplace where people feel that they are also the part of the company, because many of the meetings, they happen in Japanese. So again, the point just keeps revolving around the language. People also have told me that when they work in the Japanese companies, they they don't feel, the Japanese try to make them feel as a part of them, which is a good point. But the bad point is they also expect them to be like Japanese, but they can't be Japanese, you know? So the whole idea of diversity does not mean that you make a foreigner a Japanese. The idea of diversity is that you teach them what you have and you learn from them what they have. That is what the, you know, diversity is. But what happens in the actual place is that they hire them and they try to be inclusive, but in the process of being inclusive, they put a lot of pressure on them to be like them, you know, like they expect the foreigners to be like the Japanese, which is not possible because they have lived half of their life in a different culture and they can't be. So there has to be like a salad bowl, you know, where there is a mixture of everybody and people are happy with there is this word tabunka kyose, you know, which is being talked about a lot in Japan in the time. So people need to look into diversity from a right perspective, not from a perspective of making someone else, you know, from the perspective of let them be and learn from them and let them also learn from you, so that there is a peaceful environment created. Which is also a part of, you know, if you look deeper, it is a part of any human relationship as well, right? When you are in a marriage, you don't, if you expect your wife to be like you, it is not possible, you know? Then what's the whole meaning of the relationship when you cannot accept the other person like they are? But then you adapt to their lifestyle and they adapt to your lifestyle. And that is how things get into function and the relationship is long sustaining. But that is if they want a long sustaining relationship. The question is, does Japan want a long sustaining relationship with foreigners? You know, does that
When
answer
you
your
mention
question?
foreigners, are you specifically talking about Asians, or are we including
No,
Westerners?
I'm largely talking about everybody.
So
Asians more, of course.
fundamental
Asians,
problem like diversity, inclusivity, growth, this is for all the foreigners, right?
Of course, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So are there any specific issues with Asians or Indians that you want to say?
Okay, for particularly Indians, of course, like, you know, the issues with the Indians also overlap with issues with other Asians. But particularly for Indians, what I can say is that at the workplace, I think at the workplace, they're quite similar with other Asian people, but from the perspective of language is something that the issues come up. And also because, for example, there are people from countries that are, for them, it's easier to learn the language because their original language has similarities with the Japanese language. So it is easy for them to adapt in many ways, in a quicker way than it could be for an Indian. And from the other perspective, it is like the Indian culture, whether it is about food or whether it is about the attitude, the whole upbringing is a little different from the Japanese culture, you know. So that also creates a little bit of adaptability issues. Like, for example, in Japan, we have the nomikai culture, and many Indians don't drink or they don't eat non-veg. And so even though they say no to go to these places, or even if they go to these places, there is not like a full involvement. And that sometimes leads to you know, a slight bit of exclusion because because nomikai is the place where all the connections or the conversations happen with your colleagues outside of work, you know. So that creates a connection with the people in your workplace. And if you are not able to go to that workplace because of your food or you know, drinking limitations, then you probably are not able to enjoy. The Japanese people in that sense are very accommodative. They do try to create, you know, make you feel comfortable and create an atmosphere where you can have the vegetarian food or you can have the non-alcoholic drinks. But I think that creates a little bit of a distance between the two people. But I think it also differs from person to person. Like, some people don't mind it, but largely this is a culture in Japan. So I'm not sure what would be the right solution for this. I think it would just be an acceptance, like, that you feel confident about where you're coming from, and then you just do what you feel right. And the Japanese people can also create some kind of other activities rather than just nomikai, to create that inclusion for people who are, not into a nomikai culture.
Right. So I have completely understand these are very tough questions, not only in Japan, but also in India, including diversity. And rest of the part, we know what's happening in other parts, like in Western countries, about the diversity and inclusion. So maybe these are little tough nuts to crack. But yes, if, as you mentioned, if Japanese need foreigners, they will have to think about it and take more opinions from people like you. What are the easy things that can be fixed or that are possible to fix, like schooling or so some of the day-to-day life things that which you mentioned, like what the problems Indian Indian international school face, or food problem, or some other day-to-day life which can be fixed very easily, and the life of foreigners, or in, to be specific, can be made easy. One of them, like for example, you mentioned that, like in Indian IT companies, people are used to see the 30 at minimum 30% growth every year in a salary. So that doesn't happen in Japan. So I don't say that should happen in Japan, but they cannot just keep people 4 or 5 years on the same salary. So no IT engineer is going to work in Japan for sure, 100% for sure. And you cannot say that our company policy is like that. You will have to change that policy for Indians. So these are some of the maybe easy things to fix.
I actually missed one very important point. I was also told in some of my interviews, like for example, there were people who were not able to take time off from work. And so like if they did, for example, if they took a day off, the manager would be upset that why did you take a day off? You shouldn't have taken day off. And they would be made to feel guilty about taking day off. So taking day off guilt has to be, understood. Like, I mean, like the foreigners, if they are in a Japanese setup, they have to go and meet their families, and they have a life of their own, which should be respected, which is very important, which is not a part of the Japanese culture. We understand. But then the foreigners have a family left behind, and they would want to go and see them, or even if they don't want to go for the family, there is a holiday culture which needs to be respected. And also it's good for the mental health of the Japanese people themselves. They need to take regular breaks. So this taking off culture has to be given more importance. And secondly, I was also told, like, if they leave their workplace at 6:30, they would get, like, judgmental eyes from their colleagues, which should not be there. If you are choosing to work longer at your workplace, it's your personal choice. But you shouldn't judge the other person if they are leaving, if they want to give their personal life or their family priority, provided they have finished their work. So, and I think this is something I love about Germany. Initially, because I think I am a lot Japanized. I love working, but I will not judge anybody else who is not working as much as me. I want to stay at work as long as I can, and I don't care because I enjoy it. But that doesn't mean that I would expect the other person, or I would judge the other person if they leave at 6:30. So that is the thing. So which I really love. Like here, I get the freedom. If I want to work long, I am working long in my room. Nobody's going to say anything to me. But if somebody is leaving at 5 p.m., nobody's going to say anything to them as well, because actually they are leaving at their actual time, and they have all the rights to leave at their actual time. Something very interesting my respondents in Germany are telling me is that when they worked here, and so Indian people also have this tendency, some, not just me, like some people, they just work when they move abroad, they just enjoy working and they work a lot. And especially if they are single, so they have, like, their investment goes a lot into work. So then a respondent of mine, she was like, she didn't take days off, and then she got a letter from the HR that you have to take day off. These are your pending days, you should be off, please don't come to the office. So I think, so this is interesting, and I love here that Sundays everything is closed. initially you feel like, oh, why is it closed? But then you understand in a deeper sense, for the good of the society, people have a life, they are giving themselves a time off, and they are refreshing themselves, and they will be able to put in more work, more focused work when they actually do go back to work after break. So that is something very important. This is one change that should happen, not just for the foreigners, but also for the mental health of the Japanese people. The karoshi culture is in Japan, which is a construction of Japan. It is not something which needs to be looked into, and that is also something which the researchers have been talking about a lot. So that is something to be looked into. And then, sorry, I think I diverted myself from the real question you asked. Okay, so you were asking about the little problems.
That's fine. But point you mentioned are very important. Now, I wanted to direct you that what are the other quick fixes so that Indian migrant.
Yes, yeah. So you were talking about the education. Yeah. So quick fix from the Indian side, I think there are many schools in India already that are introducing Japanese language as an extra language right now, right? Along with the other foreign languages like German, French, that were the popular languages. And now Japanese also has become, like, I have so many nieces and nephews who are learning Japanese and who have this, desire to go and visit Japan now at such a young age. So, and then we have a lot of, but still there is Japan beyond sushi and manga, which people need to know, both from the good and the bad side. And people need to know that perfection is a myth. No country is perfect. Every country has some kind of issues which they need to acknowledge or which they need to know, so that they know what they are going for. And then from the Japanese side, I think the media needs to focus on the image of India, because the Japanese media is probably still stuck a little bit on the old Indian image of eating curry 3 times a day, or India, like there are these cliche images about India that are there. And then suddenly people are talking about Indians, mathematics, intelligence, and IT, and economy and stuff like that. But they also need to look into the other good and bad sides of India, both in depth, not just on the surface. So what both the education systems are doing they are not giving like a deep awareness about their cultures to each other. They are just stuck on the cliches on both the sides. So that is something which I do mention in my book. And I think my purpose of writing this book was that you need to think beyond the cliches. You need to know about each other's society in a way deeper sense than just on a superficial level, in order to be able to understand each other. And that's where the quick fix will happen.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I also felt that while working, it's not only that we will be demanding. We need to change, and we need to understand we are going to Japan. And as you rightly mentioned, no country is perfect. But when we are expecting many migrants, country don't need to be perfect, but country need to facilitate some of the things. And one of the important thing I read on your book, and that's I feel very, very interesting and important. And today on this forum, I want to bring that point and discuss with you. Spouses, when the spouses go to US or UK or Australia, usually they get job, or usually they start business. And some of the time we saw this sometimes the spouses become more successful than the original person they follow.
Even in Germany, actually.
Right. So, but that is very hard to happen in Japan.
Definitely.
And what is that your research said? And what is the solution you can propose? I mean, of course, not a perfect solution, but what is your thoughts on that?
I think the Indian women are so smart, they find a solution for themselves. They are so powerful, and they have found their niche despite of all the struggles. And I feel really proud of them. Their stories have fascinated me so much. They moved to Japan for their husbands, but they have created a life for themselves with their hard work, with so many things, despite of all the challenges. So like you said, like in other countries, they probably do not have to go through as much of a challenge than they probably did in Japan, the Indian women who were the trailing spouse. One, because they moved to Japan sadly, with the perspective that there will be many Indians. Now there are many, hopefully, if I can call 40,000 many, maybe not as many, but still. So, so they move with the thing that, okay, they are leaving India and moving to Japan. So imagine when you just are newlywed, you already have so many struggles you have to go through when you are in a new marriage, and you have to, even though there is a lot of excitement of getting married, but there are adjustments everybody has to make in a new relationship. Just like moving to a new country, first 6 months are difficult. So they are going through two things together: a relationship with the new country and a relationship with the partner, or living with the partner. So in that time, many of them, of course, don't know the language. Some people, some women are able to learn it. Some husbands are able to finance them and let them go to the schools, and whereas the others are not. And sometimes people say that you can learn the language on your own, but I don't think that is something possible for everybody. Some people do need a formal education to be able to learn the language, and Japanese is a difficult language. Not everybody can learn watching YouTube videos. Some people need guidance in order to understand the language. So many of them are not able to learn the language for whatever reasons, or they probably don't have the interest. And some of them were actually well settled when they were in India, and they were doing some brilliant jobs at a good position. But when they moved to Japan, there is just like nothing to do, absolutely lonely. They have no friends and nothing. Now we still have internet, and it's easier to connect with the family. So many of them, they just end up having kids. And sometimes the women also say it themselves that there was nothing to do. So I thought, okay, might as well just have a baby, because I eventually want to have a baby. And then they get busy in their
And
motherhood.
what do you think? Can the Japanese municipal parties or
I lost your voice, Siddharthji. Hello, can you hear me, Siddharthji?
Streaming room, yeah. I'm not getting you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So I was asking you question that do you think the local governments can create some kind of a community center where these women can actually learn some skills which are useful in Japan,
Absolutely.
and actually officially give them some jobs or position and visas?
So my documentary on daughters from Afghanistan actually reflects that. There is a group of this is a research of another professor at my university, and the documentary is based on her research. So they have started, like the volunteers in Yotsukaido, they are retired Japanese people. It's a not because I have made the documentary I'm saying this, but I think it's a beautiful story in the documentary. And it's just a 30 minutes documentary that gives a very deep message and a very beautiful relationship between the old Japanese people and the Afghani women. So these Japanese volunteers are actually supporting the Afghan community at a community center to learn the language, and they go step forward in helping these Afghani women to adjust and adapt in the new atmosphere. Like they help them go shopping, they go sometimes bowling with them. So it's a very beautiful relationship that shows. And I was actually telling my professor that we need to show this documentary to a lot of people, so that Japan can create such community centers at various places. And I think it is also good for because these old volunteer people that are working in Yotsukaido enjoy what they're doing in their old age, and they feel a connect with these foreigners, and they treat them as their daughters. So if we have, and I'm sure the Japanese people would love to do it as well in the retired age, because They get some support from the government as well, and then they also go beyond that support and help them in so many things. So I definitely think that is something that can be done by creating more inclusion from the Japanese locals, like it is happening in Yotsukaido, and create an atmosphere for these women. And many women actually do go to community center to learn the Japanese language, but it does not stay for long, for several reasons. Like either they feel like there is not of a lot of learning happening, or they have children and then they get busy. So that is the reason why these particular volunteers in Yotsukaido, they extend their capacity by not just finishing their connection with this community in the class. They are taking this connection outside the class, and they create that connect, so that these people, because they develop a relationship with these foreign community outside the class, these members, they keep coming back to the class because now they feel that sense of attachment, so that not only helps them adapt in the Japanese culture, but also creates a language interest for them. So I think, yes, that is a very good point that you brought up, and it is something that can be done very easily.
Okay. So what else you found interesting about the Indian community during your research? Would you like to share that?
I think the most interesting thing that I found about the Indian community is that they are, what's the word? Like in all my interviews, I did not have any Indian victimizing themselves. I think they have a lot of love for Japan, regardless of whatever challenges they come through. They may be angry, this or that, but in the end, they love Japan a lot. And of course, they want to, they want the same response from on a larger scale from Japan as well. But I did not see them victimizing themselves at any stage. Whatever challenges, whether it was with men or with women, came their way, they have come out as winners. They have made something of themselves, and they have not given up. And so that was something very beautiful that I see in the Indian migrants in Japan, which is very fascinating and inspiring for me as well.
Right. Now, some of the not wrapping up question, but something I would like to ask, which will lead us to the closure, because we have a time constraint. Unfortunately, this topic is so interesting, and we can go on talking about it. But finally, I want to ask you this on the behalf of IJBC, Indo Japan Business Council, because we have this mandate to bring this conversation to the surface and keep it moving forward. We don't want to just do it once and forget it. What message organizations like us can bring to both government, to Indian government also, to Japanese government also, I mean representatives, different agencies who are into it, that this is what academia is saying, this is what researchers are saying, this is what the people who are expert of the matters are saying, and this is a real voice of the people. What you want that message we should bring?
I think one of the important thing is that through your channel, a lot of awareness should be created. People should be told that, there are all types of people in the migration channels. There are people who genuinely want to help people to migrate. And there are also people who want people to migrate because they are benefiting majorly from it, and they rip off the people. So that sort of awareness is required. It would be nice if you, create again, it just comes back to education again and again, that a lot of awareness on both the ends, not just for the Japanese, but also not just for the Indians, but also for the Japanese, like awareness of both the countries in real sense, like not just about their cultures, but about their everyday lives. People need to know the other side of Japan and the other side of India. So like, for example, it's like Japan has like this perfect image and India has this poor image, which now is like, oh, okay, economy is booming, but still it is poor. This is that, or what is this? So that the other side of India needs to come out. And also like people need to know about the things they need to know before going to Japan. So that is some sort of awareness. And also, I think people need to look into the issues that the other migrants are facing and see, like, how your situation differs from them, or how, you can, like, maybe I was wondering, like, of course it is about India and Japan, but I did see, like, the conversation about Nepalese comes up. So you need to also look into, like, what kind of problems they come across, and not just focus on numbers. We need to look into the real stories of people that can give us the, lifelong learnings in order to make policies or to understand how things can get better in the future and help bridge the gap between the two countries. We are mostly lost in the, things that have been happening for ages, but what, again, things go on to, like, are we listening to the stories? Are we listening to the people who are actually going through this trouble, So these things are important. And through your channel, I think you can bridge that gap.
Great. Thank you for that suggestion. I think that's what we at IGBC want to do, as you rightly mentioned, is awareness and a lot of information that is completely lacking, which I over and over again and again feel the same thing. I have a couple of two more interesting questions for you, but before that, I want to just check if there is any other question from audience, because we are streaming this on another channels as well. So Dhanashri, do we have a question?
What about the education? And I want to study in Japan after 12th. There is one.
Okay, so it's about education. What about the education? And if I want to study after 12th, but okay, maybe you can answer this question. But to attach to that, maybe it is an individual question. How do I study after the 12th in Japan? But my question is attached to that. Really, is it a proper infrastructure right now available in Japan for the Indian children, or there should be something much more need to be done? And what are those critical points that we can do the quick fix? Maybe there are some very difficult point which may take some more time.
Yeah, you mean in terms of education in school, right?
Yeah,
I think it's a
education in
personal
school,
choice. Yeah, like many mothers, they come and discuss with me because they are distressed. They don't know if they want to send their kids to the Japanese school, or if they want to send their kids to the international school. Some people cannot genuinely afford international school, even Indian international school, and they either end up going back to India, or they end up teaching their kids in Japan, in the Japanese schools. And then in the longer run, some of them are satisfied, but many of them feel worried. I also think, like, the Indian people also need to open up. It's okay if you are not able to teach your children, because the Japanese schools will take care of it, provided your kids are not being bullied. And if they are being bullied, then it is the Japanese side who needs to look into that issue to make sure that the foreign kids are not being bullied in their schools. So that is their job. But from the Indian side, what the parents need to do is, like, it's fine if your kids are learning in Japanese schools, and even if you don't plan to stay longer, your kid would acquire an extra language skill. So at least first 5 years, like Yochien, or the first 5 primary school, I don't think I would encourage parents to send their kids to Japanese school. And then if they want, and if their finances allow, they can send them to the international school, or somewhere. Even Japan has international private schools, which are cheaper than, again, like the international schools. But of course, there is a lot of fix we need to do. That again sums up to, again, the language issues, like, but in my personal opinion, I think it's a beautiful thing that your kid can learn Japanese language and can also learn English and can also learn their mother tongue. So the people also need to get out of that fear that they will not be able to talk to their grandparents because they will be speaking Japanese. When the kids grow up, they learn the languages, and it's a very right age for them to educate their children to go and learn the Japanese language, than just be very adamant about keeping them and protecting them, or protecting their Indian identity. You can always teach them Indian things while they are at home, but they need to open up a little bit to the other culture. But at the same time, like I said, if any bully, because many times many bullying issues happens, that scares the parents. So that is something that the Japanese side needs to address.
Right.
Even if I say and insist parents to send their kids to Japanese school, and if something wrong goes up, then things come back to, to being sad. So these are very difficult issues which both side needs to work on, but more if the Japanese schools are open to having the foreigners, they need to make sure that the kids are not bullied, and that is a diverse place in real sense. That is the most important thing. You can't expect a little kid to behave like a Japanese kid from day one or even in 5 years, because they are juggling between the two cultures. So that is something they need to create an awareness in the Japanese school so that it can create an atmosphere for the foreign kids as well. So that is one of the major fix they can do for the foreign students, not just for the Indian students.
Absolutely, absolutely. So everything comes down that acceptance of each other's cultures and accepting the diversity.
Exactly.
That's the key of a migration, I
Yes,
think.
and that goes back to the point where we started, awareness and education.
Right, absolutely.
And willingness.
We have
Willingness is
last
also should be
2 minutes. I want to hear you about your new project. What is next? What you're doing next?
So at the moment, I am in Germany and I am focusing on my main project actually is still based in Japan, where I am exclusively focusing on highly skilled labor market and how to define skills and qualifications in the process of migration. Because what happens is, for example, if you come from a certain country or a continent, and if you go to another country, your skills suddenly come down. In your country, like I have respondents who were in computer science and teaching computers in their countries, but when they started to apply for teaching jobs in Japan, they were not given that job because their skills came down, and then they had to compromise. They worked in factories, or they educated themselves further to come to at par with the qualifications that would accept them, that will be acceptable by the system. So my research basically focuses on it's a smaller project of a bigger project. The other members in my group are working on Vietnam, China, and Europeans, and what are their problems in terms of skills and qualifications, and what happens in case of the Indians, that how are their skills and qualifications are defined or are seen or are perceived by the migrants themselves and the host in the process of migration. So that basically is the main focus. And along with that, I am also following the same pattern for the Indian highly skilled in Germany.
Okay.
In order to enhance my understanding of Japan.
Right. So, thank you very much for today. I would love to follow up with you on this your new research, and would love to have the data from that and learn from you, and put it forward as a association towards all the stakeholders whichever we can. But I definitely recommend all the viewers here that please watch this video again, because it's going to be on our channel, but at the same time read the book Indian Migrants in Tokyo. It's an amazing book. It's very much academic as well as non-academic book. You will feel interesting. It's written in such a fashion that you don't feel that you are not connected to it, even if you are not going to Japan, but still you will understand what are the things about Japan and the migration issues and the Indian peoples overseas. Thank you so much, Dr. Megha Wadhwa, for today taking out time and shedding light on different issues of migrations. And I would like to stay in touch with you in future also, and discuss many other issues. Thank you so much. Definitely.
Thank you so much, Siddharthji, for having me. It was lovely talking to you and finally meeting you. And I think it's a beautiful and a wonderful and a very useful event that you have organized. And congratulations to IJBC. And thank you so much. I hope this results in some support to both the sides.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Over to them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Megha Wadhwa, and thank you very much, Siddharth Deshmukh. it was really a helpful and informative conversation, I guess. And I believe this book would be a perfect know-how. And in Megha Wadhwa's words, it would be a perfect homework for people who are willing to, migrate in Japan, not only for Indians, but all over the world. Thanks a lot. So moving towards our next session, it is a fireside chat with Ms. Shefali, and our guest is Ms. Nupur Tiwari, a motivational speaker, transformation and mindfulness coach. I would like to introduce Ms. Shefali first. Ms. Shefali works in Adore Digatron Private Limited, representing the purchase department of EV charges components. Her close introduction to Japan and its culture was happened in the year of 2015 while working in a Japanese company. Missing the Japanese environment, people, and culture, she joined IJBC as a volunteer member in 2019. And since then, her ties with IJBC is growing stronger. I request Shefali to start with the fireside chat. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Shafali and apologize. I think Nubur has joined the wrong stage. We'll be right back in just few minutes. Please stay with us. Hello, everyone. We are back now, and Nupur also joined us. Sorry for the inconvenience, Nupur. You joined stage 2 instead of 1. Maybe some miscommunication or something. Am I audible, Nupur?
Oh, yes, you are audible. Sorry, it was mute. Yeah, I went to stage 2. So, yeah, apologies for misunderstanding.
Thank you so much for joining us. And before I could start our interview, I would like to thank you for yesterday's session. It was really wonderful. And thank you for joining me today as well.
No problems. You're welcome. And thank you for having me. And thank you for organizing such a wonderful Konnichiwa Pune. And everyone, namaste and konnichiwa. Those who are watching, viewers, namaste and konnichiwa. I hope you're having a good Sunday, and definitely a lot of programs are going on. I'm sure you all are enjoying.
I hope. Okay, so Nupur, my first question, I think everyone knows you, so there's no need of, telling more about you. Everyone knows through your channel, through your virtual event, the Nupur Tiwari show. So I would like to know what women empowerment means to you. My first question.
Okay, so women empowerment is totally state of mind. Nobody can empower you if you don't want to be. And there is nothing called women empowerment. This is whole human race empowerment. Because if men are not empowered, then a woman cannot be empowered. So it is totally society, society's upliftment. We have to just if you are not raised well by good parents, you cannot be empowered. If you are there, you're discriminated at home and between two children, and since you are a girl, or a lot of other things are, facilities and things are given to the boy child, then that boy child is not empowered, because he is thinking that he's superior to the girl child. So women empowerment, which is actually the people talking about, the subject is very much on the air. People everywhere, people are talking about women empowerment, but I don't believe in women empowerment. I believe in the human empowerment. And this is totally the state of mind, I would say, because as I said, that I'm a follower of Swami Vivekananda, and Swami Vivekananda said that if one society, if women are lower than men in the society, that society cannot be developed. So we have to be equal, we have to be totally equal, and definitely, since we are not given that much opportunities which actually the women should have had. So I think we should, given the more opportunities these days, the government side and from the families from everywhere, since we also believe that we can't. So the women itself, we ourselves, we believe that we can't, and we are weaker, and things are not built for us, and we don't believe we deserve, actually. So things start from there. So as I said, it's a state of mind. If you believe you can, if you believe it is yours, then it is yours. If you believe that it is going to happen, then it is going to happen. It's totally state of mind. And it starts from the family. So it is totally it's our whole empowerment. It is not only women empowerment. It is, people really don't understand the meaning of empowerment. Empowerment is total. The first thing of empowerment is believing in yourself. Doesn't matter you're a man or you're a woman. Believing in yourself, believing the thing you are doing, and that is the first thing. The empowerment starts from there. And definitely, men, since since even I was told, even here in Tokyo, that if you say at the same stage, we are not going to be there. So I'm not talking about Japanese, but my fellow Indians, actually men. So they're not raised well, I would say. They're not empowered. It's not that I'm not empowered. I'm empowered. They're not empowered. So who needs empowerment here? Those men, they need empowerment here. They need empowerment. They have to believe that we should be treated equally, you know. So they're scared of strong women. They're scared of strong women. So they're not empowered. They don't believe in themselves. They're scared. So here the empowerment, totally the both gender we need. And it has to, as I said, it's a state of mind. It is totally, you have to believe in yourself. It starts from there. And it's just, since it is a vast subject, I think 30 minutes is not enough to enough to discuss it is. And I would like to request all the parents who are raising their children, treat your both children equally. And it's not the men and women, we are not same. We are not that equal. We are built, we are born differently. The amount of love a woman has, the amount of empathy, the amount of compassionate feeling we have, a woman has, a man cannot have. A man cannot give birth, right? A man can be, you know, can take maybe 100 kilos. I cannot, you know. It's not that if I try, if I go to gym, if I just have those, I can. I'm not saying, but we are not built that way, everyone, you know. So the empowerment process is totally, we have to understand many things. We have to understand men and women are like two beautiful flowers. We are here to just complete each other. We are not here to compete with each other. We just coexistence. It matters, coexistence. But we just, it is totally, the subject is very ugly these days, you know. Some people, they're just taking advantage of women empowerment. There's only that word, that sentence, and some people even don't understand what is women empowerment is. And that's why I started with the empowerment should be total, you know, at large. The society's empowerment, and it should start from there, because men are not empowered. The empowerment doesn't mean that you are earning, you got a job and you are earning well, that's why you are empowered. No, that is financial empowerment. Maybe you are not emotionally empowered. Maybe you don't believe in yourself. Maybe you don't have that much confidence, you know.
Yeah, sure. So it means obviously it's like what I can say is basic human rights which needs to be there for both the genders, like men or the women.
It is not right. It is the state of mind, I would say, empowerment totally. So yeah, maybe some other day we can discuss about it. It is a really vast subject. So
Sure.
yeah.
So okay, coming from a society of India, like India, so do you really think that things have changed and still there's a lot of things needs to be changed?
Actually, there are a lot of things to be changed, definitely. I left India at 2003, so there are a lot of, like, almost it's going to be 19 years. So I'm away from my country, like almost 19 years. It is going to be. There are a lot of changes, you know, that I can see that the women could not think about at my time. The women, today's girls are doing a lot of things. But still there are a lot of things they need change, especially the equality. As I said, we cannot be equal, but still we have to be, like, on some matter, on some things we have to be equal. There are still women, actually, they think that they are weaker, and men definitely, since some men, they are not empowered, and they like to dominate women. So here, I'd say there are a lot of, actually, it should start from education, and it should start from home. Our education system should be that it should be like teaching both gender that you are same right and same thing, like the way I said, I started the women empowerment that way. And definitely it starts from your home. So parents, they have to change the way they look at their girls and look at their boys. I think it starts from mother. So women, actually a mother is a woman. So I think the mother has to play big role when she's raising her children. So she needs to treat her children equally, definitely. And women are the biggest enemy of women. So that has to be changed in our society. So always women are trying to pull other women really down. So that really should be changed. Yeah, we need to work on that really seriously.
Seriously, we need to work on that. So Nupur, if I talk about you, you belong to a very small town in India from West Bengal, I guess. How difficult it was for you coming from a small town, then reaching to some place which is very, well known, or how difficult it was for you to start from there? How difficult it was for you to write to education, and how things got changed for you? How you changed your
No,
situation?
I was very lucky because I was born in a very good family, very traditional family, actually. My parents actually, I'm from very traditional family. Like we used to read Gita, Vedas, Upanishad, and everything, like chanting mantras. We have our Kul Devta, so 3 times we do puja. So everything, and I feel like really blessed. I cannot ask for any any other family. I really would love to be again and again with the same parents. So yeah, that way I'm very blessed, and I was treated equally in my family. I have my brother, but by my parents I was treated equally. Rather, I would say they pampered me more. And yes, so this is those way I'm very lucky. And that is the reason maybe I had the courage to leave home. But again, yeah, a lot of things I did not have. I'm from a very small village, and I did not have good school. I did not have the connection with the rest of the world. And there are my community, I'd say, like my place, the girls used to get married when they're like totally very 16, 17 or before that. But as I said, I really am blessed to be in I was born in a really wonderful family. So my parents never thought like getting rid of me at that age. Definitely they always had a bigger plan for me, but I don't know what plan they had, but I had my plan for myself. So yeah, so it's a like education always was priority in my house, definitely. But it was not, as I said, facility was not there. No facilities. We didn't have, and only one government school we had. And it was very far, like almost 4 kilometers from our house, and it was Bengali medium. So I had my education in Bengali medium. So starting from there, then the things change means, like my family, nobody ever walked outside of my house. So either they started their business, or we are quite well-off family. So a lot of things we had. So I would say, yeah, breaking all the norms, breaking everything, and going against the relatives and everyone, and leaving home. That was really big step. Long time ago, I would say 19 years ago. It was really big, and nobody had that courage going from I would say, I don't think anybody would have had that courage, but I had to leave my home. I had to just explore the world. That was my plan for myself. So I never thought anything. And my mother was always supportive. My father was always supportive, but my father, his territory was that on a small town and village. So he never had that much access to the other part of the world, I would say, even to Kolkata also. So that way I felt for him really, as a father, maybe he felt a little bit insecure, just letting I didn't know anyone, neither my parents knew anyone in Kolkata or any other part of India. So that way, a little bit insecurity, letting a girl, very 20-year-old girl, letting go. So that was very big step for me without thinking anything.
But yeah, so as I said, I had my plan for myself, and universe had planned for me. And my mother was there. My mother always wanted me to be an independent woman, and my father, blessing, he always felt proud of me. He's always, he was always happy for me. So those matter actually. My parents, they mattered. They're my world. They were my world. So I feel, and as I said, like I had my plan for myself. So I just left home. And yes, difficulties, a lot of difficulties I faced. Like if I say, like, I can just write a book, a few books, I would say. But no complaints. I'm fine. I'm still facing a lot of difficulties, but I'm fine. Everybody has planned for their own lives. I have my plan. Universe has planned for myself, for me, I would say. So yeah, no complaint. I'm happy.
So if I talk about your journey, how different your life in India than in Japan? Or if I talk about women in general, how it's different from India to Japan? Life of women in India and Japan.
In Japan, it is totally different actually. Actually, when I came to Japan, it was 2003. I was quite disappointed seeing the Japanese women, because they never had. I did not see that ambition in Japanese women. They were very happy. I was today, after 18 years, I would not judge them. Actually, I would say, it's fine to be happy. It's fine to not to be ambitious. It's totally fine. But that time I was very young. I was very different. I had a lot of ambition in my life. But I would say that the Japanese women very less ambitious, and they are quite particular about things, that they have to get married, they have to have 3 children. If it is 3 children, then after 1.5 years they have to get pregnant again. So they're particular about few plans. And at that time I felt like 2003, I was very disappointed with the society, Japanese society, that, oh my God, they don't have women CEOs, they don't have women managers, they're just only secretary's job they're doing, they're just receptionist or assistant or all those things. So yes, Japanese women are very different from Indian women. But today, after 18 years, I feel like everybody has their own right to have their own plans. So I feel that Japanese women are very different from Indian women, but that is their lives, and they have right to have their own plans for their lives. And even after 18 years also, I feel they're less ambitious, and it's totally fine. Today, I feel like it's totally fine, and they're quite happy. Japanese women are quite happier than Indian women, I would say, because they know quite that this is the thing. And the society matters also. Indian women, they need to face a lot of difficulties. Our economy is different, our society is different, our criticism is different, our rules are different. And so that's why I think Indian women still, more ambitious. That is a good part. But they're actually, as I said, that they need to be more united. Indian women, I think there are a lot of more leg pulling things are in India. So I think anywhere in the world, but India is very visible actually. So yeah, the 2 countries, women are very different, but both are beautiful. Women are, I admire women actually. Women are so beautiful, so beautiful. Anything they do it beautifully. And Japanese women, actually, they're more productive in a way, I would say. Like anything, they're more artistic. Anything they do, they just make it really beautiful. But back home, we see things differently. Here, people see things differently. But I'd like to conclude saying that women are beautiful anywhere they are. Yeah, they're really amazing. They're amazing creation of this universe. So yeah, they're differently beautiful.
So
and unique.
Yes, sure. So moving to my next question, I'm actually running short of time, but I would like to know that you recently covered Tokyo Olympics for one of the channel, I think Republic Bharat. How was your experience with that?
It was not Republic Bharat, it was the whole Republic group.
Okay, sorry. For
Yeah,
Republic
it's fine. It's fine. Oh, it was a great experience actually. Yeah, I'm writing a book on that, my Olympic experience. So I'm like halfway.
Oh,
My
wow.
book would be.
Congratulations for that.
Thank you, thank you. So it was a fantastic experience, because I'm not a sports person, but all of a sudden I had to just. I had to cover Olympic and I had to address and chasing all the champions, and yeah, it was a really great experience because most of our Indian athletes, they could not win, and that disappointment, and I needed the interview because I was kind of like determined that people really go for the champions, like who are winning. People really don't take the interview of those who are not winning, but I made sure that I'll be taking all those people's interview who are not winning, because that was their feeling I needed to know. So I had to do a little bit healing there. They are not ready to give interview. They're really down with their emotions. So I had to call, I had to just make them feel better. I had to talk to them. I had to do counseling. Then after that, when they agreed, then I took their interview. So it was a long process. The counseling process was very, very different than other reporter, I would say. This reporter just, they're very bluntly, they just take interviews. My process was totally different. I did counseling. I talked to them, minutes, sometimes, really long minutes. So like 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Then after that, we decided to take interviews. So yeah, it was really wonderful, talking to all the athletes and their coaches, making calls, and those who won, like it was really difficult to chase them for interview because everyone wanted their interviews. But yeah, it was really interesting.
My
Yeah.
last question to you, Nupur, that you in your virtual this YouTube channel, the Nupur Tiwari Show, you talk a lot on any of the topic. Means you have covered a lot of topics which can be on women, which can be on politics. And recently, I'm witnessing that you are also participating in debates for different channels. So, in near future, I can see Nupur Tiwari as a full-time journalist.
I don't know yet, but yeah, maybe. Or I have a lot of plans between India and Japan. So yes, maybe you can see full-time journalist. So actually, I haven't planned my life that way ever, but it's like someone else had planned for me. I just followed that. If someone else is having, the universe is having planned for me that plan, then definitely, okay, I'll follow that. So yes, maybe you might.
We would love to see you as a journalist as well, Nupur. And I would like to have you once again for my fireside chat sometime later, because still I have a lot of questions for you to be asked from you. And thank you for joining me for fireside chat with Shefali for Konnichiwa Pune 2021. It was pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much, Sefali. Thank you so much for having me, and everyone. Thank you so much for listening to me. And you have a lovely evening wherever you are. Thank you. And namaste, arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you. From here, I would like to ask Dhanishri to help.
Thank you, Shifali, and thank you, Mr. Nupur Tiwari. It was a wonderful and motivative talk and the perfect definition given for women empowerment. Thank you very much. So following towards the next session, we are going to have again a fireside chat with Ms. Shifali. But this is going to be more interesting because we have all 4 YouTube channel member, Ms. Fumiko Takahashi, Mr. Rain Suzuki. I'll also read the YouTube channel. Ms. Fumiko Takahashi run Mahara Japan YouTube channel. Mr. Rain Suzuki run Mahara Japan YouTube channel. Then Mr. Jai Mori and Hiro Mori runs Loki Japan YouTube channel. And Mr. Pavan Lohmod Rom Romji YouTube channel. I would like to request again Shefali to take this to fireside chat. Thank you. Minasan yoroshiku onegai shimasu.
Hello, everyone. I'm once again with very beautiful, or I can say very interesting people with me on Fireside Chat with Shifali. I would request everyone to please be online. Please unmute your video. Hi. So how is everyone?
All good, fit and fine.
All very good.
I'm so glad to see you all in a single stage because to see you, I have to switch over the videos. This is the first time seeing you all at one stage.
Same here.
Hiro-san, how are you? I recently got to know that you fall sick.
Thank you for inviting us. It's a pleasure to be here.
And I'm not able to see Jason.
Yeah, thank you for inviting.
Welcome.
Yeah.
So I'll start one by one because there are a lot of people with me. Okay. So I would like to tell my audience that I'm with YouTube channel owners, Mahara Japan, Miss Fumiko Takahashi, and Mr. Rain Suzuki. Mori brothers, who runs the channel Loki Japan, Mr. Jay Mori and Hiro Mori. And the channel who runs Rom Romji, Mr. Pavan Lomod. Mr. Pavan, my first question is with you. Why this name,
Yes,
Rom
please go
Romji?
ahead. It's like a famous greeting in India. It is supposed to be Ram Ramji, but in my area which I belongs, we have a dialect, different accent of saying things. So we greet people like Ram Ramji. So that's where it came from. So whenever I talk to someone, I say Ram Ramji. So this is how it started.
Okay. Okay, Mahara Japan team, could you please tell me what your YouTube channel is all about?
Okay. Basically, we made a team, like all Japanese students who have experience in India. I was in Pune for 1 year, and he was in Bangalore for like internship.
Yes.
And yeah, we are trying Indian stuff, reacting on Indian things like that. It's entertainment channel.
So your YouTube videos is specifically for India or for Japan, or it is a combination of both?
For India.
Yeah.
For India. That's great to know because I have seen some of the videos which was shoot in Japan and I have seen both you guys enjoying the Indian delicacies in Japan in a restaurant, Marathi thali, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Loki Japan team, what your channel is all about?
But our channel is basically we provide fresh info from Japan to the world, but mainly like we are making video for Indian subscriber, Indian viewer, because me and Hiro has some experience in India, and Hiro used to live in India.
I used to live in Varanasi for a year. So for studying Hindi culture, not Hindi language, unfortunately.
Okay, and Mr. Pawan, what is
Yes.
all about your channel?
My channel is all about my life as an Indian in Japan. That's
So, how
my
you-
journey, my experiences, and all that.
So, when this thought came into your mind that you need to start a channel?
Actually, I was vlogging way back before it was for YouTube, because I love taking videos rather than pictures. So whenever I used to go to travel in India, anywhere, my all friends used to take pictures. I used to take videos, like changing the front screen, and I used to talk and I used to take videos for my experiences. Because I think in a picture you can capture the moment, but in a video you capture the whole scenario or a moment in a vast way. So I was doing that like 10 years before, but I didn't know how to edit it. So the moment I got to know about editing, I started my YouTube channel, and unfortunately it was when I was in Japan. I got a new phone, like expensive phone, and I can edit on it. So I started that.
So, is it a full-time profession of yours, or your main profession is something else?
I am like company employee. So whenever I get time, I share my experiences to the world through YouTube.
Sure, and it's indeed a great to see your videos. Actually, one of my students is really fond of your videos, and he's consistently following you. I got to
I'm
know
blessed.
recently.
I'm really thankful for that, because this is the main purpose of my channel. Because when you talk to a friend, you try to help or you try to communicate, like you try to share your experience, right? So that's the exact only thing I'm doing through my channel. I share my experiences first I started sharing my experiences to my friends, my families, and then throughout the years people started joining in, and they really, I think they really connect with me as a friend, more as a YouTuber or a subscriber. So that's how it's going.
So, how was your experience, Mara Japan team? Is it your full-time job to have a YouTube channel, or your actual profession is something else?
Okay, so we are now students, college students.
Oh wow! So how difficult it is to manage your studies and then running such a successful YouTube channel?
Okay, one thing is like now during this COVID time, we don't have lecture in the campus. Since I entered college, they're all online class only, so we have a lot of time. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons we start this channel.
So it's not difficult to do both things.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm sure it's not difficult for you, but most of the people get shy away or get really feel stressed out that they need to capture something and they have to post it to YouTube channel. You guys are doing really great.
Thank you very much.
so much.
And Loki Japan team, Mori brothers, how great it is for you, how difficult it is for you to you told that one brother was hero was in Banaras, and at the same time your videos were going on, I guess, or it started later on.
We started a YouTube channel on 2020, and I was in Varanasi when it was in 2017 to 18.
Oh.
I was not planning to make content for Indian viewers when I was in India. You know, I've never thought about it. But I think it was a really good opportunity to start a channel with my brother. And then, firstly, actually, we didn't expect a lot of Indian viewers. But we were lucky that we have a lot of Indian viewers and the reactions from them. Difficult thing about YouTube is, I think, keep uploading videos is pretty difficult things for us, and we are not living at the same place, so I think that's a difficulty we are having. Keep uploading.
So is this your main profession, or something else is your main profession is?
Jung is Jay is a business owner. My brother is a business owner, but I'm actually a university student and I'm studying in Kyoto for now. So I'm not like professional full-time YouTuber or anything like that.
That's really great to know that some are really full-time professionals and some are students who's running such a great YouTube channel, successful YouTube channels. It's really amazing to know that, and many younger generation will definitely going to get the benefit of this or get motivated from you guys.
Hopefully.
Okay, so I would also like to know that Pawan, how much time it takes to put 10 or 20 minutes video on YouTube channel? How much time it take, or how difficult it is?
It's like definitely it's like a little difficult to managing a full-time job in Japan, because I'm living alone, so I have to cook, I have to prepare my meals, and like living a life, working professionally for 9 hours or 10 hours or sometimes 11, 12 hours, because in Japan, you work a little longer than usual. So then keeping the energy and keeping the time apart from it, it's a little difficult, but again, the thing like you can, break it down to like, if you really like it, then you don't care. You will do it anyways. So that's the thing. Somehow, like if you like it, you can manage. It's not a problem.
I'm sure it's a dedication and passion which
Yes, and the
keeps moving you.
Yes, exactly. This is the main thing. Like, and the time the main time is about the thinking process about the video, or the number one point is like thinking about the video, what you want to make, and then how you want to make. It's all in the head, because I'm all alone, like no one else. Everything I do it by myself, like everything is here. So sometimes even I work with someone else or collab with someone else, I have to explain the things. That makes it like a little time taking. But if I do all about myself and everything I do it by myself, so the main thing about the video is thinking process. It can take like a week, it can take a month, or it can take 2 months. But once I'm clear with my thoughts, it takes like 5 hours.
I'm sure creating a content is really a big deal.
Yes, 2 hours of shooting max to max, and then 3 hours of editing, and it's done.
Okay, so Loki Japan, what is your thought on this? How much time you take for uploading 10 to 20 minutes, session or a video?
I think our video, Loki Japan, are a little bit different from Mahara Japan-san and Romromji-san. Like I like you guys' video. It's great. I think they do like shooting simply and editing simply. But Loki Japan, we made a video like a student, how to be a student in Japan, like how to have business in Japan. So it takes like 2 weeks to prepare. Then shooting is like 2 hours, but the editing, it takes like maybe 3 days or 4 days. Because it's like something is like very
I would
serious.
say researching about the video we're gonna make takes much time, but actual shooting doesn't take much time.
And Mara Japan team, what about you? Being a student, how you manage?
Okay, so actually for us, the planning and the shooting doesn't take a lot of time, but editing takes a lot of time for us.
Yes. Sometimes we invite our Japanese friends who don't know English, so we need to put all subtitles, English subtitles. So it will take nearly 10 to 15 hours for one video.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. If I ask that YouTubers generally considered as current influencer, because a lot of things that YouTubers put on their channel, people instantly follow that, or people like to follow you as an individual also. So how you think that YouTubers can be a great influencers, and can they help in two nations, Japan and India, to come closer? You can play that role as a YouTuber.
Oh, it's very difficult question. So please tell me the Romology's opinion. Yeah.
Okay.
Pawan, can you go ahead for the answer?
Yeah, sure. Like making content for the public or viewers, like openly around the globe. In my case, I make videos like typically in Hindi language. So I'm considering the audience who understand Hindi or who can listen and understand. Yes, definitely you can influence someone with your words. Definitely you influence someone with your actions if someone is looking up to you. So for that, in my case, or in my understanding, first you have to be a good person yourself. You cannot portray a good thing or like everything good if you're not believing in that idea of yourself. So first you have to be a good person by yourself. Try improving yourself, try improving your thoughts, and then whatever you think, whatever kind of a person you are, it reflects on the video, it reflects on the way you talk, it reflects on the way you make the video, it reflects on how you want to portray the things, how you think about two nations. So first of all, you have to be clear on your thoughts, and if you are right, if you are clear on your thoughts, then it is not a problem at all. Yes. And definitely you can influence two nations, because all the younger generation don't watch TV now. They watch YouTube, Instagram, and all that stuff. So you have to make sure, like whatever you portray, it should connect both the words. It should portray a message that we are all good people. There are a lot of good people in the world. The life is really good. And even if the life is bad sometimes, then you can change it by your thought process. And by working a little harder on yourself, you can make a better life for yourself. So if you portray these things, then I'm pretty sure nobody will dislike you. And it will create a greater bond between two nations, as we all are making contents like for India and Japan, comparing things. Yeah.
I'm sure. Loki Japan team, I would like to know from you as well that what's your take on this? Can YouTubers like you help these two nations, India and Japan, to come closer, getting a cordial and friendly relation and friendly bond? Is it possible for you as a YouTuber to influence the younger generation?
Yes, we believe that we can influence both nations' people, and especially youth, because not every generation watch YouTube content. Mostly they are, teens or 20s or 30s. But I believe providing information in Japan from local perspective definitely could help Indians and other people from all over the world to know about Japan without, there are like certain images that foreigners have about Japan, whenever traveling in States, and some of them believe, they are still real samurai, but it's not, like there are a lot of images, but actual Japan is not the way they actually believe, there are slight differences between reality and their imagination. So we believe that providing information and showing through videos about Japan actually can make differences to, to help understanding of Japan. And yeah, is that okay? That's all from me.
Thank you. Mahara Japan team, since you are very young student, so sometimes it happens that you upload the content with the intention that it's very good. But sometimes it happens that public doesn't like that, or they misinterpret that. And then trolling starts, negative comment starts. So how you deal that situation? Because out there, a lot of young people are there who gets really depressed with that. Their stress level increased, or they give up the things. So how you deal with that situation? How it can be, inspiring to other people?
One thing is like, yeah, actually we have seen, like, since of course we have seen the negative comments also, but Indian people, like many Indian people, give us very warm words.
Yes.
Yeah, so from now we have started this channel since 1 year back, but like we don't have anything like.
Yes, but sometimes we have the negative comment from viewers, and I think we need to pay attention more and more. So like, actually, I'm not Indian, so I don't understand perfectly about India. So yeah, I need to learn more and I need to pay attention more. Yeah.
And what about you, Pawan? Like,
yes, I know about Indian audience like pretty deep.
Obviously, you are from India. You know better about India, and
I know everything. I face like upfront everything face to face.
And your video seems like as a very chilled out person, but when trolling starts, when negative comment starts, how you deal with that situation?
It's like when you putting your thoughts outside to the world, when you putting your life, like I make personal vlogs about my life. So I put my life for like everybody to watch. So there will be some people who disagree with my thoughts, my thinking process. And I have learned through like making videos from past 4 or 5 years that if you make content for internet, you cannot be happy always, and you cannot be in agreement with everybody who watches. So you have to deep within yourself, you have to feel like, okay, I believe this thing deep. The person who is saying bad things about me or writing bad comments, he agree with different things. So we are both good and nice people, no doubt about it, but we agree on a different things. That's it. So you cannot be friends with everyone, and you even like human beings are not happy with the God also, right? If you have a bad experience, you curse the God, like, God, why did you do this to me? So how can I be able to please everybody? So this is the thought I have like inherited in me in depth, that my thought process is not the right one, and it's not for everyone. So whoever watches and agrees to me, I really thank those people, and who doesn't agree with me, I like, how do you say it? Like, I pleasantly say like, okay, we disagree on these things. That's it. No need to fight.
Okay.
And you can always block the peoples on internet, right? So
That's a great option we are having over internet.
yes, if sometimes things get like out of control, I just block it.
And had it ever happened, Jay-san, with you or Hiro-san with you, that trolling starts, negative comment starts on your video?
Yeah, at first I was so disappointed to see negative comment like, oh, your content is not good, or your music taste was terrible or something. We heard, right? Everyone say everything like, oh, I like this music, or you're like disrespecting India. We are not, but people say it. But that hurts, but it's good. Like, people are reacting our content. Maybe people will get upset or people like it. It means like we are like communicating. So now I don't much care about negative comments. Like, oh, okay, some people are angry, some people are upset, some people are happy. So
we kind of get
okay.
happy that we see those negative comments as strong reactions from viewers.
Yes.
It's still a reaction.
Yeah, right. So we
it's better than being ignored, especially on the internet.
Yeah, but negative comment hurts, right? Hurts our we like a YouTuber, right? We just do do for viewers, but the viewer get angry. Yeah, that hurts, but yeah, it's okay now.
Part of the job.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's good to move on with that.
Yeah.
Part of the job. I like that.
Yes. 仕事の一部の部分です。
Yes.
So
Yes.
sorry.
That's a part of the job. Yes. True, Romji-san. Yeah.
Okay. Mara Japan team, being living in Japan and being a Japanese, and you still make videos on India and Indians. What motivates you to, instead of making videos on Japan, you started making videos on India and Indian culture? What was the thought behind that? What motivates or attracts you towards India?
Okay. So simple reason is like we love India. That's it. But
Yeah.
considering the situation during the COVID time, we are not able to come to your place. I mean, we are not able to go to India. So we think what we can do in here, Japan only. Then, yeah, we start, oh, let's make a YouTube channel to India, like that.
And Loki Japan team, is there? You told that your videos is related to Japanese students who are interested to study. So it is beneficial for Indian students as well, because I would like to know that. Will
Yes,
Indian students get
definitely.
benefit from that?
From the content.
Yes.
Yes, we are providing, and we are planning to make more content about how to be a student in Japan. But there are also so many ways to be a student in Japan. They could be they could study abroad as a high school student or college students, or like to learn engineer or to learn Japanese or to learn histories. So we'd like to make more content about how to get a student visa and what kind of options they can get.
Yes, I would request to please make more videos on that, because here in India still students are having don't consider Japan for their higher studies as of now. Means whenever we talk about higher studies, they having simply list of countries like US, Australia, Germany, but Japan comes really on at the bottom of the list for higher studies. And Japan is really having a good educational background or good facilities for Indian students also for study. So I would request to you, please make such videos also, more and more videos on that.
We are pleased to make those contents.
And for Pawan, there's a request to make more and more such wonderful videos where people can get to know more about Japan, the difficulties living there, the beauty living there.
I will.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Okay, Hiro-san lived in India, I think in Banaras. What was your experience in India?
It was I visited Varanasi before I started living there as a diplomat student. My favorite experience is a Diwali I had in Varanasi. I felt very welcomed at the festivals, and it's not just Diwali. There are lots of festivals, going on every day, almost every day in Varanasi, and even I couldn't, speak a lot of Hindi, but still I felt very, heartwarming experiences, when they let me, prepare for Diwali and, preparing the candles on the ghat. That was my favorite experiences I had in Varanasi and India, actually.
We would love to welcome you once again in India.
Thank
you. Pawan, what was your favorite festival in Japan that you have attended?
It's like Naked Festival.
Okay, what is all about?
Hadaka Matsuri.
Oh.
So Okayama no Hadaka Matsuri. Okayama.
Yeah.
It's like a naked festival in a prefecture called Okayama. It's like 2 hours from Osaka, where I live. So in that festival, everybody wears bundoshi. Like, how do you say it in English? It's like a langot, white. So all the guys wear a white bundoshi kind of a cloth. It's a very thin cloth. And then the male participant of that area goes to a temple, a shrine, and then the shrine, the monk of the shrine throws 3 sticks towards the crowd, and everybody snatches that little stick, and whoever's got the stick is the powerful man of that area. It's the festival is all about. So it happens on February. It's super cold, and people throw chilled water on your body because you're naked, and they wanted to make it more difficult and wanted to test your male power. So that was the really fun experiences and the best chill I ever had.
It sounds really interesting.
Yes, it's 0-degree temperature and you're all naked and people are splashing a cold water on your body, and then you still have to fight to get the stick. So I was not trying to get the stick. I was just there for the experience and making the video. But still, I was there naked and people were splashing because I was the only guy. I mean, not the only, but I was one of the gaijin, foreigner, who was naked and participating on that festival. There were only 5 foreigners. So people,
I think it's very impressive.
Yes,
Domrovji joined that.
From TV, they took my interview. Why are you people come to Japan to visit so many beautiful places and eat so many beautiful, delicious dishes? Why are you naked and fighting for the steak here? I was just like that.
So finally, you got the stick or not?
No. It's impossible to get the stick for first timer. People die on that festival. Really, every year 1 or 2 person dies on that festival because it's get too violent. And I have seen like violent people fighting for the stick, punching each other, like stamping on each other. It's that crazy. If you watch the video, not my video, like just type Naked Festival Japan on the video and you will see the violent behavior of the people who participate on that. So I was totally like away from that because I didn't want it to get hurt, obviously.
I'm sure. Mara Japan team, which festival would you like to attend whenever you come to India again?
Okay, for me, okay, I've been to the Ganges River in the Ganga River in the
Ganga.
Ganga in the January 1st. So it was really nice experience for me.
Okay. And for me, I was in Pune only. So Pune's Ganpati Bappa Festival, Ganesha Festival is also. So I wanna go back to Lakshmi Lord again.
Oh wow. Whenever you come to India and especially in Pune, I'll be there to host you.
Is it? Please.
So I'll be waiting for each and every one of you to come to Pune. I'll be the host for you. Okay. Pavan, you belongs to a North India,
Yes.
I guess.
Haryana, yes.
Haryana. So Haryana
Full
considered
100% Haryana.
100% Haryana. Oh my God.
Yes.
So how was your first experience landing in Japan? Means India is totally different, Japan is totally different.
Yes, poles apart.
So what was your first thought when you landed there?
Not the thought, but I just wanted to try one thing because in where I live, the wine shop closes at 10 and you cannot drink after 10 p.m. And I have heard that like in foreign countries, and especially in Japan, you can drink online and you can even drink outside of a police post. Police doesn't say anything to you. In the place where I live, if police caught you drinking outside of your house, they will catch you and put you into jail. So that was my first like, I want to check it like, how can a police like ignore people who are drinking on the road? I was not believing it at all. I thought it was a lie. And then when I landed to Japan, I just went to the convenience store and I bought a can of beer and started drinking outside a police station, and video calling my friend like, look, it's really happening. Police is saying nothing to me. I'm drinking outside the police station. And then police just came out of curiosity, like what am I doing? Because my face was like really confused and happy and sad at the same time because I was looking again and again at the police station because is it true they will catch me or not? So police thought I was a suspicious foreigner outside the police station drinking and recording something on phone. So they came close to me and I thought they are coming to catch me. So I started running and then they started running behind me. And then I stopped. I said, sorry, I will not do it again. And I said, sorry. And they were like, what happened? So that was my first experience. I made a fool out of myself.
That is hilarious, actually.
Yes, and the police was so generous. They just told me like, I said like, okay, I will not drink again in my whole life. Please don't put me in the police station. And they were like, it's okay, not a problem. Just the can you are having in your hand, just throw it in a dustbin and then be careful and go to your house peacefully. No problem at all. I was like, are you police or a god? Because the place where I live, the police is a little different, like a little strict. So that was the most weirdest experience I had on the very first day.
And Hiro-san, when you landed in India, especially in Banaras, what was your experience?
First time it was a raining season, and the first sight landscape I had was a very bull was like drifting through the street because the street was full of water because Ganga, sometimes the level of water got very high on rainy season, and it was the year that the raining was pretty strong and intense. So, and I was carrying a big backpack and one suitcase, but I had to use a small boat to get to the guest house. Even it was a street, but it was full of water, so I couldn't walk. It was more of swimming. Or I asked someone who had a small boat to take me to the guest house. It was that's an experience that if I were in Japan, I wouldn't have that kind of experience. Never, we can't see the cow is drifting on the street,
Well,
No.
it's very, very common thing in India, actually.
Yeah, I realized that after like a couple of weeks staying there, and it wasn't surprising things. After a couple of weeks, and I got used to it.
And Fumiko-san, what was your experience while you landed in Pune?
Okay, what I was surprised most was like in Pune, there are so many students who learn Japanese languages, like Timabi and Pune University. So yeah, so I was really surprised because they know Japanese, so we communicate in Japanese only. And one other thing is like, there's so urban area Pune is. Comparing my hometown, like Pune is much more developed. So like big shopping mall, like Starbucks, Kentucky, KFC, everything was there. So I was surprised.
Suzuki-san, you must have listened a lot of things about India from Fumiko. What have you heard about Indian cuisine, or you have tried that?
Cuisine. So
Cuisine, food.
food. Okay. What did I try, right?
Yes.
Okay. For me, I love the biryani. Yeah. So I think it is the best food in the world.
Biryani.
Yeah.
So was it not spicy for you, because a lot of Japanese people don't like spicy food?
But actually, I really love the spicy food. So it's really good.
And what about you, Jason? You must heard from your brother a lot about India, its culture, its food. So have you tried something?
Oh, sorry,
Some
me?
Indian? Yes, you.
Yeah, sorry. And I traveled in India for 4 months, and I traveled all over India. Like I start from where? The Chennai to the south, and go to Mumbai, and go to the top north part of India. So basically, I went not all over the India. India is too big, but I made a circle trip, round trip in India. So I tried South Indian food, East Indian food, the West. I think, biryani, as Suzuki-san said, biryani is great, and the samosa is great. We just, in Japan, we just have only naan and butter chicken curry. That's it, right? But actually, there's a lot of good food, like some masala and some food, a lot of food. So it was great to enjoy lots of Indian food to me.
And Pawan, what was your favorite dish? What is your favorite dish in Japan, a Japanese cuisine, which you like to recommend to your friends, family, your audience?
Japanese food doesn't have much of like vegetarian options, but if someone can eat fish, sushi, salmon sushi is like
except
best.
Sushi.
Except sushi, like ramen, you have a lot of like options in ramen. So ramen is like really good. If you eat it in the like first in the morning, it's really good.
Okay, I have seen a collaboration of you and Mara Japan team. So how it did happen?
Thank you very much.
Actually, we both are a big fan of him. So we contact him via Insta DM. Then he said he is in Osaka, no, Nara. Like, so we went there by plane to his place.
So how was the experience working with Pawan?
Super.
Yeah, awesome.
Super.
Yeah, so he is really good person. Yeah.
Yeah.
A chilled out person.
we rode rickshaw in Japan only.
Yes, auto rickshaw.
In Japan?
Yeah.
Yes.
So how was your experience in a collaboration, Pawan?
Yes, definitely. It was like very good. These guys are like really nice and chilled out. It was like more of a like friends meeting and hanging out together rather than making a video. So I liked it.
Sure. And low-key Japan team, is there any collaboration you did, or there's any plan for collaboration with other YouTube channel?
No, but I thought everyone lives in Tokyo, like Mayo Japan-san, Mahara Japan-san, and Romji. I didn't know you are in Nara.
I live in Osaka now.
Really? Wow. I thought everyone is Tokyo, so we just thought we are alone, but I didn't know that. Let's have lunch, just simple lunch. Osaka. Wow.
Yeah, we both are living in Osaka, so
yeah, we didn't know that.
No.
Okay. And where Maharaja-san, where do you guys located? Tokyo area?
Yes, Tokyo ni sindemasu.
We're in Tokyo.
Yes.
Yeah, next time we go Tokyo, let's have Indian lunch.
Yes.
Yes. So we have no plan to collaborate because we didn't know that. But we are
open though.
Yeah, we are super open.
So maybe in future I'll see some collaboration among you guys on different topics or a different subject.
Definitely.
Okay. Since you all are YouTubers, having different profession, and but at the same time running a successful YouTube channel as well, is there any tips you want to give to younger generation who aspire to be a YouTuber like you? Not in the same segment, but different genre. Pawan, I'll start with you.
Just start doing it. Don't think too much. This is the main basic thing which everybody should understand. Just start doing it. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's 100% know everything. You start learning things by doing it. Nothing else.
And,
I agree with Romji. I think just actually uploading videos can benefit the most than looking up the information on how to do how to make good content. You just need to step into the water than just
three main
around.
things three things which every YouTuber which should do it and will do it forever, like thinking about the video, shooting the video, edit and upload. That's the three things, nothing else. Just do it. Don't think about too much.
Jasan, what you will suggest, what you will advise to young people for this, for YouTuber, for being a YouTuber, who aspire to be a YouTuber?
I agree with Romji and Hiro. Just do it. But maybe some other tips is you have to enjoy it basically, because it's like you have to do everything, thinking video and editing, shooting and everything. So just you have to enjoy it, enjoy communicating or enjoy editing everything. And I think it's fun. But at first, it takes time to get subscriber. Maybe at first 1 month or 3 months or half year, it's terrible. No one watch it, no comment, no viewer, no bad reputation. But you have to go through it. So yeah, just do it.
Mara Japan team, what about you? Because a lot of people of your age is aspiring to be a YouTuber, because it's been looked as a a full-time profession now by many youngsters. And since you are very young, so what is your take on this? What advice you will give to people?
Okay.
Okay, and I completely agree with you all, but this is the thing which I have learned from Donald-ji. He said he is making a video for himself only. So like at first we're like, which content is more getting views, like that. But I think most important thing is enjoying by ourselves and keep on continuing. That's it. So thank you, long, please.
And actually, for me, I think the continuing is really important thing. So YouTube is like the stock content.
Yeah.
So the video in the past will be built in the future. So continuing is really important.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for your valuable suggestion to all the younger generation who aspire to be a YouTuber in future. You guys are doing really great and helping two nations to come closer. Not only two nations, you are doing such a wonderful job that people of from other country also get to know about India, get to know about Japan. So it's really beneficial for people to know virtually the countries they want to get into, they want to study, they want to do the job, they want to do business. So before closing this interview session, I would like to know from Hiro-san, any message, any views you want to convey to audience from this platform of IGBC?
Could you say the last sentence?
I would like to know from you anything you want to convey to your audience, any suggestion, any views you are having, you want to tell from the platform of IJBC.
I hope viewers enjoy our content more and more, and we'd like to make more content, and we really like taking viewers' reactions and ideas. We are very, grateful for people who leave comments, and actually that helps creators to make more content and better content. So お願いします。よろしくお願いします。
Jay-san, would you like to add something with to Hiro-san?
Yeah, just world is small, so I want to hang out with everyone, Indian people, Japanese people, no matter what. So let's hang out. I want to say world is small, but now Corona stopped us. But after Corona, the world will be smaller again. So it's good to hang out, to communicate, just chill, just relax and just hang out. It's good. I want to hang out. I want to see the world. Yes.
And my younger YouTubers, Mara Japan team, would you like to give any suggestions or any views from this platform of IJBC to your viewers?
Okay. What should I say?
Okay, so actually we will make more fun videos in the future, and so we can collaborate together, and also I think we can do some work together, some project or something. So
yeah.
Please contact us.
Yeah.
So we can do something together.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
なんか
Yeah, same like you. That's it. よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
Pawan, would you like to say something to your viewers from this platform of IJBC?
For my viewers, like life is beautiful. Don't waste doing the thing you don't like. मौज लो जीवन में वक्त तो दुनिया काट ही रही है. That's it.
Okay. So I'm closing this interview. Thank you everyone for joining me for Konnichiwa Pune 2021. I would like to see you all in Pune or in India sometime later when COVID situation is under control once again. And as Jason said that world will become smaller once again. Then I would like to see you all in India, or if I'll come to Japan, and I'll see you there. And thank you
Please
very
come to
much.
Osaka.
Sure.
It's the
And
best place. It's better than Tokyo.
Go, yes, exactly.
sure. And sometime later, maybe next year, I would like to request you to be, be my individual guest for Fireside Chat. I'll contact you once again. Thank you for being here with me today for Konnichiwa Pune. Till then, namaste, bye, konnichiwa.
Ramji.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
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 Bye bye.
And from here, I would like to request Dhanashri to please take over the stage.
Thank you very much, Shefali. It was really interesting side chat with YouTubers, 3 YouTubers coming all together and sharing interesting thoughts, contents, fun thoughts about India and Japan, and connecting, like the way they are talking or the way they are making content on YouTube. It is making more easier to connect India and Japan very closely. Thanks a lot once again. Moving towards our next session, will be a cultural program. But before that, we are going to have our closing note and remarks from Mr. Thauchi Noritaka, Consulate General from Japan in Mumbai. Mr. Thauchi Noritaka is a counsel with Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai. He has a bachelor's and master's degree in physics and was a technical officer with the National Police Agency Japan before joining the Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai as a voice console. So I would request Mr. Noritaka Thauchi to take over the stage and please share your remarks for the Konnichiwa Pune 2021.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so although the session is still going on stage 2, I'd like to give closing remarks. So Mr. Siddhartha Deshmukh, President of IJBC, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I'd like to express my appreciation to the speakers, panelists, and lecturers for the contribution to our online festival, Konnichiwa Pune, over 3 days. My deepest gratitude goes to all who attended the festival and helped to make it such a successful event. The Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai aims to help Indians to deepen their understanding of Japan and strengthen friendship between both our countries through cultural events like this festival. Hearing and learning from speakers, panelists, lecturers, as well as audience has educated me on how many Indians are enjoying Japanese culture like ikebana, sado, origami, etc. And how they think this festival is a good opportunity to know about Japan. It's important to regularly have such cultural events that help people understand Japanese culture and gain an insight into Japan. The number of attendees in each session tells us in which part of culture Indians are interested and will certainly help us in planning such events in the future. I'm certain that the takeaways from this festival will further deepen our thinking and stimulate our consulate's work for the future. In my capacity as a representative of co-organizer of this festival, I thought it would be appropriate and useful to summarize some of the sessions. It will be useful for IJBC and the consulate, perhaps while considering next year's event. Firstly, I think the festival has been very effective in meeting its purpose, which is to bring people, businesses, and educational institutes together to promote the exchange of trade, culture, and educational ties between Japan and India in a friendly, festive manner, to provide opportunities to learn Japanese culture and know more about Japan for Indians. Secondly, during sessions of the festival, there were a number of important and interesting points. All of our speakers and lecturers have acknowledged that the festival is a unique event in Pune to know about Japan, Japanese environment for business, and Japanese culture. There were also many Japanese groups and people who talk about the important introduction of Indian culture and particularly mythology like Ramayana and Mahabharata in Japan through animation, plays, and even music. As a Japanese, I found this very insightful, and I'm glad the Japanese people get to experience Indian culture too. There were various panel discussions with many eminent personalities, most notably the one with Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma on the first day. It was a very enlightening discussion about how to facilitate trade, business, not just at the government level, but also by the private sector. People-to-people exchange, especially at the school level, was mentioned, and I agree that this is the sector that must be tapped. There were various demonstrations about Japanese culture, like sado, kimono, furoshiki, and etc. What one lecturer said is impressive for me. It is that if you do not understand your own culture, you cannot understand the culture of others. It may be a key point to deepen our mutual understanding. The sessions about Nagaland were a very rare opportunity to listen to the detailed culture and history of Nagaland and to see shiitake mushroom farmer. The session about higher education in Japan was also enlightening. It gave me a fresh perspective from the eyes of an Indian professor in a Japanese university, as well as from a Japanese language teacher in India. Over the course of 3 days, there were also many sessions about food, culture, and business practices in India and Japan. The similarities between our two countries gave me something to think about. But I also noticed the differences which make both our countries unique. It was very educating. In addition to these, I'm sure that all of sessions are important and useful for our consulate to consider future work. Fortunately, next year is 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Japan and India. And Japan has designated the year of 2022 as Japan Southwest Asia Exchange Year, with the aim of taking Japan's relations with 7 countries of Southwest Asia to new heights. And I have heard from Mr. Siddhartha Deshmukh, president of IJBC, that IJBC is planning to have many events next year, including Konnichiwa Pune, to celebrate the anniversary. I believe IJBC and the consulate will be able to have more wonderful events based on what we learned from this festival. Before ending my closing remarks, I'd like to convey a special thanks to the technicians who have been extremely cooperative to broadcast the festival through online platform for 3 days. Finally, my sincerest thanks are reserved for Mr. Siddhartha Deshmukh, President of IJBC, Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, Vice President of IJBC, and all members of IJBC for the priceless contributions and for running a smooth festival. Thank you for listening, and thank you for 3 days.
So thank you, Noritaka-san. It would
Thank
not
you.
have been possible to hold this Konnichiwa Pune without your help, without consulate's help. So the way we continuously received your help in everything, right from talking to you, getting your guidance, finances, everything. So I think it's really great to see the bonding between Consulate General of Japan and Mumbai and IJBC growing, and together we will be able to make a mark to take this relationship to the newer heights. So once again, I thank you very much for your time, for your patience, and just to being with us.
Oh, thank you, Abhishek-san. I like to do everything what you need. So please let me know when you need my help.
Yes. So after this, so we have decided that at the end, after all the discussions, so we should have this Konnichiwa Pune, this festival, end with some sort of cultural events, and that's why we have Hiroko Sarasan also coming next. So that will start at 6 or 6. Okay. So in 25 minutes time, we will have Hiroko Sarasan performing. And after that performance, we will call this closure. And there is also interesting session going on stage 2. So everyone who wants to watch that, they can watch that. It's in Mahabharata and making of Mahabharata play by Hiroko Koichi-san and Hiroko. Sorry, I think I'm missing on the names. So that's a wonderful session going on, and you will be able to learn more how the Mahabharata play is done by all Japanese team. So who wants to join that? Please join stage 2, and you will be able to learn more about it. And we will come back in stage 1 again at 6 p.m. Thank you.
basic IJBC の皆さんとはもう家族のように、そして同じ目的で日本とインドのブリッジパーソンになるというのが私のミッションですので、磯貝さんと一緒に IJBC のお手伝いができるように、元気で健康でコロナにならないように、そしてit's my age、and a lot of experience, not enough power, but we try to help young people, students and businessmen, and who going to Japan or Japanese businessmen come to India, we understanding each other. お手伝いできるように、頑張りたいと思います。そしてやっぱりインドがね好きになってきました。どんどん船は私の第二のふるさと、あなたが大阪が好きなように、そう思います。ずっと元気で。そして茶道は一番大事なことは思いやりとかホスピタリティとかというのは、自分がハッピーでないとそういうことが人をハッピーにできないでしょ。だから自分がいつも感謝をするとか、それから相手をリスペクトするとか、ネイチャーとか、それからティーとかフードとかリスペクトするということを大事だといつも思っています。だから、keep going ありがとう。どうも
I'm Noritaka Tauchi, a counsel at the Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai. I'm really happy to have Konnichiwa Pune this year because last year Konnichiwa Pune was cancelled because of COVID-19. So this festival will further strengthen the relation between Japan and India and deep mutual understanding. So I'm really happy to have Konnichiwa Pune this year again. Okay, so during pandemic, we changed the connection between people. I mean, before pandemic, we have face-to-face events, but now it's impossible because of COVID-19. But now the IJBC have give us a possibility to have cultural events. I mean, online cultural events. So I really want we reach to people online as well as face-to-face cultural events. Okay. So as Shitauta-san mentioned in his speech, next year is the year of 2022. It's an anniversary year, 70th anniversary year of the establishment of diplomatic relation between Japan and India, and then IJBC is planning to have many cultural events and business events to celebrate the anniversary. So I'm looking forward to having cultural events with IJBC. I'm sorry, I don't have any exact cultural events now, but I will plan cultural events with IJBC and to make successful one. Thank you so much.
Lopez. I came here to learn about Japanese and enjoy the event and learn about its wonderful people. I love about Japan. It's all cherry blossom and sports and the TC, the youngest member. So now they have invited me here to be a part of this ceremony and this 3-day festival.
Thank you.
Deshmukh. I'm current president of Indo Japan Business Council, and you are now participating or presenting here at Konnichiwa Pune virtual. Although we are sitting in a studio, but the event is going on a virtual. Konnichiwa Pune is we call it as a festival, but it's actually gathering of businessmen, industries, government officials, academicians, and the students. It's a platform for everyone to come together who are enthusiastic about Japan or who are already having some career in
Hello and welcome back. We are moving to our last performance now. I would like to request team Majestic Jonetsu, leading by Ibits, Kushmir, and Hiroko Sara to give your performance. We would like to enjoy and close this event, 3-day event now. It's pleasure to have you on stage. Over to you.
Minasan konnichiwa. Hello everyone.
Konnichiwa, minasan. Hiroko and Ibex.
We are Team Mystic Junetsu.
Team Mystic Jonetsu desu.
Let us introduce ourselves. We are Team Mystic Junetsu. So Team Mystic Junetsu is a Mumbai-based chill hip-hop music group comprising of Indian rapper Ibex, Indian music producer Kashmir, and Japanese singer and dancer Hiroko. Built on the essence of love towards music and Japanese culture, our band expresses passion through hip-hop being a medium.
チームミスティック情熱はムンバイを拠点に活動するチルヒップホップグループです。メンバーはインド人ラッパーの IBEX、インド人ミュージックプロデューサーのクシミール、そして私日本人シンガー、ダンサーのヒロコの3人です。私たちは音楽と日本文化が大好きで、ヒップホップを媒体として音楽と日本文化への愛と情熱を表現した作品を制作しています。
So we released our first self-titled single under the band name Mystic Junetsu. This song explains our love for Japanese culture, food, music, anime, video games, origami, art, martial arts like kendo, and every other aspect from the land of the rising sun. We shot the music video in Mumbai, India and Tokyo, Japan. You will see lots of beautiful scenery both in India and Japan in this video. If you are a Japanese culture lover or an otaku, then Mystic Junetsu is definitely going to be a delightful treat for you.
私たちはバンド名と同じミスティック情熱というタイトルでファーストシングルをリリースしました。この曲は日本のカルチャー、フード、音楽、アニメ、ビデオゲーム、折り紙、アート、剣道などのマーシャルアーツ、そしてその他すべての側面から非いずる国への私たちの愛を表現しています。ミュージックビデオはインド・ムンバイと日本の東京の両方で撮影しました。もし皆さんが日本文化が大好きだったり、オタクだったら楽曲ミスティック情熱は絶対に楽しんでいただけます。ではここでミスティック情熱のミュージックビデオをご覧いただきます。
So without further ado, let's watch the Mystic Junetsu video.
Please share the Mystic Jonetsu music video.
よろしくお願いします。
Respect the new Japanese man, so rest in peace. Immortal through his music, he lives eternally in the club. Early morning at the after party, chilling out to mellow hip hop and swaying to the beats. Get on the first train and I start a journey. Departure my playlist and then it struck me. Samurai Champloo is where I heard these. Hell yeah, I watch anime and go rap in Japanese. 1,2,3,4,5 Yeah, 6,7,8,9,10 Come on, この世界は生きづらいけど音楽を聴いて目を閉じる全ての痛みを遠ざけるメロディの中に身を浸す夢の国へと現実から escape 雲の上で眠ると天国にいるみたいだ天の川で星と踊る心の闇に光灯る片平昇る I got fire rhymes so I can make it out to we blow up like Hanabi call it out to Matsuri so it was like this a delicious dungaree I flow fluid like Wakibi Zutan and to me rock the microphone cyclonically super we like some melody like piano keys Kurui and Shiroi stumble and fall get back up on your feet and say so you we never give up on yourself and wear fit like a hero the rhythm let your body groove and you go cool it's like drugs music making you Ojutsuku peaceful outside inside I'm like Fuji-san passion flares up like an eruption of Kazan metaphorical true one Mexican time to draw pictures with eyes closed like chocolate kukuba I know you're feeling this beat watashi to onaji and right now this kotoba in romaji learn hiragana next katakana kanji still the Japanese ladies calling me nippon kanji 1,2,3,4,5 yeah 6,7,8,9,10 come on この世界も捨てたもんじゃない音楽と共に目が覚める全ての光を近づけるメロディの流れに身を任す夢追いかけよう現実へ to make it 雲の上で眠ると天国にいるみたいだ天の川で星と踊る心の闇に光灯る片平昇 You could call me Liu. I stomp and shake the ground. Just like E Honda combo syllable. I'm thriller finishing them with Hadoken. I'm the illest, bringing excellence, feeling I'm sure you can. Slicing, dicing, kicking rhyme like Afro Samurai. Like in Bleach, I have a G-Line, a release Bankai. My energy so sit Dayoku tonight. I'm a world warrior of Gendai. My thoughts are deep and my mind's a dojo. I practice daily so that I can go to break free. Insecurity held me in rojo. Embark on a mission, gotta reach the JoJo. Obstacles are like walls, break them like a Gyojin. Develop all my skills like Goku learn Kaioken. Boombastic rap, my attack is Mosen. Boom back by crack speakers like Raijin. Like a candle, make music keeps my passion moving. DJ spin the turntables and makes the world more baloo. Art gives you wings so that you can soar. I want to cool. Let the music take control of you and my ears so blue. Listen to your inner voice, combine my heart, me cut the zoo. Surrender your pain, forgiveness can heal the Furukizu. Out of this universe is my soul or your clue. A wizard written magical like your clue.
Next song is my other Japanese solo song. This solo song's title is Arigato. Arigato means thank you in Japanese. I made this song as a melodious gift for my late mother. Music video was shot in Japan, my home country. I put my sweet memories with my late mom in lyrics and music video. Please watch and enjoy my song video ありがとう。私の他のソロの日本語楽曲があるんですけれども、こちらのタイトルはありがとうです。この歌は他界した私の母へ送るメロディアスなギフトとして作りました。ミュージックビデオは私のホームカントリー日本で撮影しました。この曲の歌詞と映像には私と母の思い出がたくさん詰まっています。どうぞミュージックビデオをご覧ください。Please share the music video of ありがとう。
しまった時夢のようですぐには受け入れられなかったいつもの優しい顔が涙でにじんでいただけどあなたのハートは変わってなかった一緒に散歩したこの桜並木に落ち込んでいた時にくれた手紙二人で食べたねのハッピーパイあなたの笑顔が見たかった不思議ね隣にいた時より今の方が近くに感じる温かい思いで包まれそうだからこそ尊いお願いありがとうな今なら言える私言葉
ありがとうございました。Next.
So next is the work of Kashmir, our band member. We are sorry he couldn't be present live for this event. So introducing Kashmir, he is a music producer of Team Mystic Janetsu, and we introduce his song on his behalf.
次はチームミスティック情熱のミュージックプロデューサークシミールの作品をご紹介します。今日は本人は都合によりここにライブ出演できなかったので、代わりに私たちが紹介しますね。クシミール見てるかな？クシミールさん。
So introducing Kashmir's music and explaining about how his style is. His music is in genres such as electronic, down-tempo, ambient, and chill hip-hop. And his signature style is dreamy and trippy. He is a promising music producer who won the Best Music Video Award at the 10th Dada Saheb Phalke Film Festival 2020. The title of one of his songs, Ghalib, comes from pen name of Mirza Ghalib, who was a famous poet in Urdu and Persian at the end of the 19th century Mughal era. Ghalib's poem expressed the pain of love. Kashmir was inspired by Ghalib's poem and named his song Ghalib. Lyrics of his song describe the sadness of a young guy who broke up with his lover, and a climax of song quotes the poem of the poet Ghalib. Music video of Ghalib is a collaboration between India and Japan with a Japanese animator named Seishi Irimajiri-san. You will see an unique worldview in this music video titled Ghalib.
クシミールが作る楽曲はエレクトロニック、ダウンテンポ、アンビエント、チルホップなどのジャンルでドリーミーでトリッピーな楽曲が彼のシグネチャースタイルです。10th Dada Saheb Phalke Film Festival 2020でベストミュージックビデオアワードも受賞した将来有望なミュージックプロデューサーです。これからご紹介する楽曲のタイトル、ガーリブ。こちらの由来は19世紀ムガル帝国末期に活躍したウルドゥー語とペルシア語の詩人ミールザー・ガーリブのペンネームで、ガーリブは優れている様を意味します。ガーリブの詩は愛の痛みなどを伝えていて、クシミールはガーリブの詩にインスパイアされて、楽曲タイトルをガーリブと名付けました。歌詞は恋人と別れた青年の悲しみを綴ったもので、歌のクライマックスでは詩人ガーリブの詩を引用しています。また、ガーリブのミュージックビデオは、日本のアニメーター、入間尻誠司さんとの日印コラボで、独特の世界観の映像作品となっています。Now, let's watch Ghalib by Kashmir and Seishi Irimajiri. Please share the music video of Ghalib. ガーリブ by クシミール。クシミールのガーリブでした。
Alright, so moving on. Believe in yourself, be confident, and stay just as you are. Don't care what people say and think about you. Nobody can force you to do anything. Nobody can change you in any way because you are perfect. That's exactly what the next song is about. This is the first Hindi song by Mumbai-based Japanese singer-songwriter Hiroko, collaborated with Indian rapper Ibex. The lyrics of this song were written based on real-life experiences of Hiroko and myself. The song with powerful lyrics gives encouragement to the people who have similar experiences or face difficulties in their life. You can enjoy an upbeat dance number with a mixture of dancehall and Indian classical flavors. Indian dancehall is my signature style. Hiroko is not only singing but also performing Kathak dance, which is her other art form displayed in the music video.
次の曲はアートマビシュワースです。アートマビシュワース、自信。自分を信じて、自信を持ってあなたのままでいて、あいつらが何を言おうがどう思うが気にしないで。誰もあなたに強制はできない。誰もあなたを変えられない。だってあなたはパーフェクトだから。ムンバイ在住シンガーソングライターヒロコのファーストヒンディーソングである本楽曲の歌詞は、ヒロコとコラボアーティストインド人ラッパーアイベックスの実生活での経験を紡いだものです。人生で似たような経験をした人や困難な状況にある人たちに勇気を与えるようなパワフルな歌詞。ダンスホールとインド古典音楽フレーバーのミクスチャーをベースにしたアップテンポなダンスナンバーです。インディアンダンスホールは IBEX のシグネチャースタイルです。また、私、ヒロコのもう一つのアートフォームであるインド古典舞踊カタック、こちらもミュージックビデオ内で披露しています。Okay, now let's watch the music video of Atma Vishwas. では、今からミュージックビデオ Atma Vishwas Believe in Yourself をご覧いただきます。
रुकने का नहीं झुकने का नहीं चलते रहने का हर कदम मस्ती में रख के आगे बढ़ते रहने का मुश्किलों और संकटों को काट देने का इस जिंदगी के रंगमंच पे फाड़ देने का अपने मन की कमजोरियों को मात देने का अपने बंद दिल की बेड़ियों को काट देने का कठिनाई को करारा जवाब देने का डर और आत्मसंदेह को पछाड़ देने का
मुझे मजे दूर करते हैं क्यों लोग मुझे नीचे नजरिए से देखते हैं क्यों लोग अपने भूलों में मुझे अच्छी लड़की बनाना चाहते हैं क्यों मुझे वैसे नहीं देखते हकीकत में जिसे मैं उनकी नकली सलाह से बहुत तो तंग आ चुकी हूँ
हारोगे तुम मुड़ने का न लड़ते रहने का डटे रहो जटिल पहाड़ चढ़ते रहने का, किसी के भी दबाव में ना घुट के जीने का, खुद के बल पर हो सफल और खुल के जीने का, सपने पूरे करने की हिम्मत जुटाने का, कायनात को अपनी ओर आकर्षित करने का, अपने जुनून को जगा देने का, निषेधात्मक भावनाओं को भगा देने का। नहीं करे परवाह नहीं करेंगे, आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे, नहीं करे परवाह नहीं करेंगे, आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे।
And that's a wrap. Thanking all of our viewers for watching our videos, and keep supporting us so that we can release many more songs. We already have a new English-Japanese song in the pipeline, and it's titled Shiki no Monogatari. So brace yourself for this new chill hip-hop song by Team Mystic Junetsu. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channels, listen to our songs on major streaming platforms like iTunes Store, Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon Music, YouTube Music, and more. Also follow us on social media like Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter to get the latest updates.
皆さん最後までご視聴いただきありがとうございました。これからもたくさんの曲を作りますので、私たちをこれからもサポートしていただけたら嬉しいです。実はすでにチームミスティック情熱のチルヒップホップの新曲ができてるんですよ。こちらのタイトルは四季の物語です。近々リリースしますのでお楽しみに。また、私たちの YouTube チャンネルに各楽曲のミュージックビデオを公開していますので、チャンネル登録もぜひお願いします。iTunes Store、Apple Music、Spotify、Amazon Music、YouTube Music などのストリーミングプラットフォームでも楽曲が聴けますので、こちらもぜひチェックしてみてくださいね。Instagram、Facebook、Twitter などのソーシャルメディアでも最新情報を投稿していますので、こちらもぜひチェックしてください。Now, we will show our SNS link. This one. こちらが私たちのソーシャルメディアのリンクです。ぜひこちらからチェックしてフォローしてください。本日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。So it was a pleasure being a part of Konnichiwa Pune 2021, and hopefully we could make it next year live in Pune on the stage. And it's always a pleasure being a part of Konnichiwa Pune. Arigatou gozaimashita to the organizers and to all the viewers. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
またね。
またね。
ありがとうございます。ひろこさん。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Dhanyavad and thank you.
Dhanyavad. Thank you.
It was really a very nice listening to all your songs, and I believe going forward we will also be able to enjoy your band.
Yes.
Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So everyone, now we are almost at the fag end of our program. The 3-day festival is getting down, but now closing. So let me request IJBC President Siddharth San, please be on stage. So now it's time to say thank you to everyone. So this particular 3-day festival, it's a big effort, and it's not really easy for 1 or 2 people to do it. It's a collective effort of a team ranging from sponsors, volunteers, technicians, participants, speakers, performers, and everyone. So to start with, let me first thank Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai, our co-host, as well as Transferite Technologies, ANA, Asian Community News Network, and JF Oberlin University for sponsoring this particular event. And we believe going forward, we will be able to next year also, we will have a bigger event. I would like to thank IJBC and all the members of IJBC, all the volunteers of IJBC, Shefali-san, Dhanasri-san, for excellently hosting this event for all these 3 days. I also would like to thank complete office members, Apurva-san, Sandy-san, and all Vanessa-san from Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai for extending their support for making this event a success. I would like to thank all our technician team members here who are working almost 12 hours each day for last 3 days for giving you an uninterrupted streaming on YouTube and Zoom. I would like to thank all our speakers and performers, because without speakers and performers, you cannot make this event a success. So a special thanks to all of them. And last but not the least, our participants. Our participants, all the people who have been in the audience with YouTube, Zoom, and other medium, thanks to all of you. If I have missed anyone, it's not intentional, it's just that at this moment, I'm probably unable to recollect them. But thank you very much. We will meet again next year. And now, a few words from Siddharth.
Thank you, Abhishek. I would like to ask all my team to please come forward on the dais. Without them is nothing. We couldn't host this event. We couldn't do. Omkar, please, Omkar Bari, our director membership, please come forward. Our secretary, Atul Bhujbal, please come forward. And of course, two young beautiful ladies who help us hosting this entire event, please come forward. Shefali and Dhanasri-san, please come up. So this is a team and few other team members who couldn't be here today. But I thanks all of them. Today I don't have a big speech or anything because our Tauchi-san already gave a closing note and it says all. It says all, and he rightly summarized the entire event. And we are so glad that Consulate General of Japan helped us putting up this third time, and they think this is a valuable event to build a relationship between India and Japan. And we will continue our efforts in those directions. Today I come completely in informal. People ask me, why are you here? Because today I want to send a message to all the young people. Recently, just some time back, I saw the YouTubers, the young Japanese and Indian YouTubers here, that Konnichiwa Pune is association, business association, but we are for all generations. We are for everyone. We want to hear everybody's voice. We want to allow them to express themselves, because we think any relationship between India and Japan can be built stronger only when all generations of people from all fields come together, communicate, connect with each other. Then we can talk about the business. Then we can talk about growth. Then we can talk about rest of everything. If there is no communication, there is no business. If there is no communication, there is no strong bonds. So we think IJBC want to play the vital role
to provide that voices and the platform to communicate. Sometimes communication may be a praising to each other, sometimes communication may be a difficult for each other, but communication must happen. We share many things common in our cultures, but we have many unique points in our cultures also. And unless and until we embrace those unique differential points, we will not able to go stronger. And for that, we need every generation to come forward and express themselves and build understanding about each other. And that's what the Konnichiwa Pune is for. We will come next year in the form of Konnichiwa Pune, bigger and better. But that's not the end for this year. We are very soon going to start new event series, which will celebrate the India-Japan diplomatic relationship in a special year where we are completing 70 years of diplomatic relationships. And we must celebrate it. And we will again celebrate with a lot of diversity and a lot of different topics, different challenges, and we will discuss them entire year. So stay tuned, talk to us, and we will hear you, and we will do what we can do. Once again, thanks to everyone that you give us a response, huge response, and I hope you enjoyed all these 3 days. You will continue to enjoy this because these videos will be part of IJBC and Konnichiwa Pune YouTube channels. They will be there forever. And we will be also making some smaller videos out of this, I guess more than 50 or 60 hours of this feed, making them in a small sessions, and they will be available there. So please enjoy, refer them, write to us, let us know how do you feel about this event. Thank you very much, team. Thank you. Thank you. And let's say we are here for greater, better, stronger India-Japan relationship. Are you with me? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Ohayou gozaimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. Please. Oh. Thank you.